And we are live, and we have some more Formula 1 stuff to watch before, let's see, the Great Britain Grand Prix will start. Tomorrow it will start. But then it will be more talk about the Great Britain's what can happen in that race than what happened in Austria. So we can maybe finally stop thinking about that race. The missed opportunity for Landooooo to get a second win. And yeah, how that race ended. Nothing to celebrate in that race. And we are up 800 must it be? Yeah, 838. 38. And we are let's see, what did I write? We are, fuck me, there we have it, 862 fishes left to collect. So 862, like what I plan to do in this stream, really probably long stream, because so many videos to watch, so I don't have any Austrian video left to watch, and only left, and then it will be Silverstone videos to continue. Yeah, when they ever drop it. But yeah, so for now, so it will be, first it will be the race video about Carlos Sainz maybe going to Alpine, then their podcast on the Austria Grand Prix. What next? Must be Williams. James Wow's tech talk. The fuck is called? Let's see, can I? What do we have it? The Wow's verdict. Okay, the Wow's verdict. And then we have F1 Nation, their podcast. Probably will be really painful. Then we have P1's what they rated drivers. Man, maybe the first score Max Verstappen will not get a 10, or maybe can he get a 0? The end part is maybe they would probably think a 0, but all the other stuff is probably a 10, so maybe a 7, 6, maybe a 5, but a 0. I mean, he was defending. I mean, he didn't get any penalty for so-called braking, turning while braking. The only thing he got penalty for was the contact. So you can't blame him for driving in the rules. the rules between what the fuck to say? He didn't cross the line to get a penalty for that. And we will probably not get any penalty if the tires went never got punctured. If they could carry on, he would probably not get a penalty. And who knows, Landooooo will probably not get a 5-second penalty either. Because they and that I was thinking when the Singapore race happened. In when was that? Was it 2022? 2022, let's see, 2022 Singapore. Yeah. It was so much talk about Sergio Perez didn't go fast enough behind the safety car. And after the race, or maybe before the race ended, he got the 5 seconds penalty or whatever he got. But it felt like, I mean, he could maybe got 10-second penalty, but they also waited to give him any penalty. So it felt like they wanted to see after they finished the race if they need to give him a penalty or not. If he succeed to finish the race more than 5 seconds, then they can easily give him 5 seconds, say, hey, we gave Sir Perez a penalty, and then we can bullshit the first penalty, that, okay, we gave him a warning, and then he did it again, then we give him a 5 seconds, and he still won the race. And that I felt like, did they do something like with Landooooo? They didn't want to give the 5 seconds, because it ruined the racing between Landooooo and Max Verstappen. But because the collision happened and the race was over for them both, now Landooooo can get the 5 seconds. And now that will be interesting. If the collision never happened, will the 5 seconds penalty come up at the time it did, if the collision never happened? Or will I still have waited with a 5 second penalty? But that we will never know. If something more happens, and a 5 second is clearly needed, and then it happens when it doesn't change anything, or it never appears, because they will change anything. Still no fish for the collection. Where is the tropical fishes that I want to collect? What? Yeah, it should be something more. Oh, then we have one more race clip from the race. Probably about Max Verstappen. Something about his driving. That Peter Wisher apparently did have nothing he had nothing problem with it. His driving, because it was in the rules. Not he did how everyone is driving the car on the limit. Apparently Landooooo did it before. He didn't drive on the limit. He drove over the limit because he got over the line to probably catch up with Max Verstappen. I wonder why nobody's talking about that. When did Landooooo start to get this over the line penalties, strikes? If all the strikes happened after he went out the pit lane to catch up Max Verstappen. Would you complain about that? How someone is breaking the rules, gaining on it because you can get 3 strikes before you actually get a penalty. But no, everyone talks about Max Verstappen doing everything wrong, and I don't understand this. I mean, either if Max Verstappen didn't get pushed off the track and maybe drove off the track himself, it's still weird to, I mean, that, I don't know, late breaking Landooooo did. And it was maybe the second time, because I believe the first time he wasn't on the track. The second time he was on the track. But man, he just driving straight and done in turns. How could that see is a nice what did they call it? Dive bomb. Well, I thought that dive bomb was you braking late, but you take the corner almost like nothing happened. He looked like a lot of stuff happened because he didn't take the corner cleanly. But what I've seen, only Peter Reserve apparently have Max Verstappen's somewhat his side. Or that in his thinking, Max Verstappen doesn't do anything bad because how the rules are. But he doesn't like how the rules are. So... Oh yeah, fuck me, we let's see. Black and purple. Okay, someone of this was the first fish for the collection. So we have got some tropical fishes now. And one more, and glitter. And cyan yellow glitter. Oh my god, man. Haas getting so many points is still so disgusting. Man, this is so depressing. No. Hopefully everything James was saying that this is maybe making the ground year for Williams, and next year will be building on that, and maybe 2026 they will actually be good. Because man, still no points. Hopefully Silverstone will be a point scoring race. But Hazard got so many points, so it's like, can you ever catch up to that? Probably not. At least you can catch up with Alpine. But yeah, let's start with... Oh shit, fuck me. I'm not fucking... Yeah, I mean, I collected fishes. Is it so much you will... I mean, I would say nothing have... well, these fishes I collected, so that was the only thing that happened in the Minecraft. Yeah, I didn't even kill a zombie. So little action happened. I only collected 2 fishes. Man. Can you say maybe that was... Oh! One more fish for the collection. Sunstreak? No, Brinley. Purple Magenta. Do we have... No, we don't even have any in the shuttle box. Nice. Okay, but I was planning. Time for the race.
If you're wondering...
The big twist holding up F1 drivers market again. Oh yeah, this was the color signs when we go into Alpine. Let's see, what is Williams, Audi, and now Alpine. Alpine look the best. Williams look having a great future. Audi, or more or less stake F1 team Kick Sauber, can have a even greater future. It can also have a nothing future. So if you want 100% just a good car, you go to Alpine. Do you want a better car? You go to Williams for the future. Or do you want a greater car in the future? You go to Williams. Do you want even greater car? They can maybe happen in the future. You goes to Audi. But I feel like before sign anything, I feel like he's... I mean, why wouldn't he wanna wait to know where Landooooo will go before he's signing? I mean, if Landooooo goes to Williams, why wouldn't you wanna sign for Williams and hopefully get a car that Landooooo have been part of making? So, yeah, let's see what the race have to say about that.
If you're wondering, where is all the F1 driver market news? A big twist in the race to sign Carlos Sainz has thrown things wide open again and stopped the 2025 puzzle pieces finally falling into place. The revelation that Renault's works team has told Sainz it could ditch its own engine for a possible Mercedes deal in 2026 is a big development for him, the teams that want to sign him, and the other drivers his decision impacts. It's been a frustrating period of no real developments in the F1. Oh shit,
if they take a Mercedes engine, what can they... It sounds like the only problem they have is the engine they have. So if that gets removed, could it be... Yeah, but can they... Where can they end up? Let's see. We need teams. We want the results. We want constructor standing. I mean, they could be better or behind Aston Martin, maybe. So they could be back where they already have been a lot of times. So I wouldn't say that's so much. I mean, there's from where they are now is progress, but from where they've always been, I wouldn't say that's progress. I believe if Alpine want to be good again, they should just sell the team.
One silly season. Sorry, Pierre Gasly and Lance Stroll, but your much expected renewals at Alpine and Aston Martin don't really count. But it's not just us getting frustrated at this story's endless twists and turns and lack of a firm resolution. After all, Sainz has now spent 5 months in a situation created by Ferrari signing Lewis Hamilton in a deal that was announced way back.
Man, 5 months. I mean, you can blame himself for that. He could have just signed a team and then be done with it. But no, he's waiting.
At the start of February. His current predicament of choosing between the only teams that still have a seat open for 2025 seemed to have gradually moved towards a conclusion, as Sainz kept a line of communication open with all options, but was known to only be seriously considering Williams and Audi. We even did a video.
Somewhat funny that Haas is never in the talks about maybe signing him.
Explaining all
oh yeah,
that.
Fuck me. They have no. Who they have? No, they have maybe Oliver Berman as the only person in the seat. So they should be able to be part of the Carlos Sainz talk. Most likely not, but they could.
A month ago, but his decision has been delayed because Alpine has told him it could become a Mercedes engine customer for the new rules in 2026, hence the Renault-owned team recently emerging as a serious candidate again. The situation changed after Renault recruited Flavio Briatore as executive advisor and started to weigh up whether to abandon.
Not at all controversial figure in the team.
Its works engine program, which costs Renault an awful lot of money and has been a big disappointment since the hybrid era began in 2014. While Alpine is proceeding with development of its 2026 engine for now, consideration has been given to switching to being a customer instead, with Mercedes, which supplied engines to this team for its final year as Lotus in 2015, earmarked as the potential supplier.
Man, come on, bring back Lotus into the Formula 1. That's I hoping in the near future that Lotus will one day come back in Formula 1, maybe as a Chinese team. And yeah, hopefully doing some good work.
After being told this, Sainz has made it clear to Williams he needs to wait, and that's frozen the driver market yet again. Although, as we'll explain shortly, Sainz might have less time to play with than he thinks.
Less time?
Previously, the allure of being a works team was central to Alpine's pitch to Sainz, and it wasn't that appealing. So will unworksing itself make Alpine more attractive? Presenting Sainz with the prospect of a Mercedes supply deal allows Alpine to position itself as either a full work...
But if they become a Mercedes works team, what the fuck they are saying? Wouldn't the perfect be having Mick Schumacher in that team then? You have a French team with a French driver, with a German engine, with a German driver. No, wouldn't that be perfect? Then, I mean, Carlos Sainz, he's Spanish. He's ruined everything that could be.
Team in 2026, or one that will have a supply from the manufacturer widely expected to produce the benchmark engine. It doubles its chances of offering what Sainz wants, and the fact it's interested him enough to delay him committing to Williams, a deal that was on the brink of happening, suggests Sainz's preference is to have Mercedes power for the new engine regulations when they come in. The easiest way for Sainz to get a Mercedes engine is still with Williams. Even if Alpine is interested in a deal of its own, discussions with Mercedes are in the early stages. Initial contact has been made, but negotiations over exact terms are not believed to have started, and there's a lot to work out, so it could take weeks or even longer to complete. Mercedes is already committed to supplying its works team, Williams and McLaren in 2026, and will need convincing to add a third customer. There are logistical elements to consider, like producing enough components for the first year of the new rules. But also adding another team to replace Aston Martin, which is partnering with Honda, at a standard supply cost would not be financially beneficial to Mercedes' engine division. Customer teams are allowed to spend up to 15 million euros on engines outside of their cost cap, but any...
So it could be Honda that comes into the Alpine team, eller Honda engine, or maybe a Ford, Red Bull Ford engine. Or maybe a Ferrari. That could be something. A Ferrari engine in Alpine.
Anything beyond that would come out of Alpine's limited budget for the season. So if it has to pay more to convince Mercedes to make this happen, that could be bad value if it restricts investment in other areas of the...
Yeah, so maybe get an other engine. Ferrari, Honda, or maybe Ford, Red Bull stuff.
team. All of these negotiations are likely to take too long to give Sainz any guarantees in the short term, hence he needs to wait. But even if it comes off, would it really be a good thing?
Will it be good for us? Bad ad. Let's go. Go away.
If an Alpine Mercedes deal materialises, it would raise more questions of Renault and what Sainz is being swayed by. Playing devil's advocate, there is an argument that becoming a customer would show Renault is willing to do whatever it takes to succeed with this team, even if that means admitting it needs someone else's engine to do it. What McLaren is doing as a Mercedes engine customer, establishing itself as Red Bull's most consistent threat, is obvious.
That's so beautiful that they McLaren in a Mercedes engine of Trident time, but they are fighting for more wins and podiums and stuff that Mercedes probably ever do this season. Sadly, they got their first win last race. Hopefully it will be the last race win they get. And hopefully... stop with that. No Trident. Boring. But yeah, continue.
Something to aspire to. It would also eliminate a huge cost centre for the F1 project, potentially ring-fencing its long-term future, as Renault would not have to keep funding something so expensive. And given Renault has consistently under-delivered in the hybrid engine era, it would almost certainly guarantee...
Can't you say they've always under-delivered? I mean, they should just sell the team. Also, let's see. 6-6. Oh, they fucked up. They should be in 9th. Oh wait, in progress. Let's see. 9th. Could that happen? Yeah, they could. If Williams succeed to get some more points and overtake Alpine, they could make the graph be... oh, what's it called? It looked the same. Like this side, the Renault side, look the same as the Alpine side. Come on, Williams, make this graph look the same in the end. That will be somewhat sad for the people in Alpine, but amazing for no, what's it called? ODS? No. Oh. Yeah, whatever people need to see it look the same on both sides. ODST. No, that's orbital drop shock troopers from Halo. Fuck me, what is the... Yeah, here we have the ODST, orbital drop shock trooper. What the fuck do you call... Let's see, people that need stuff to look the same. No. OSPD. No, doesn't. Fuck me, why is this so hard? There. OC. Is that OCD? Let's see. To make sure, because I know some people made a song about that. OCDs. Good mythical morning. Yeah, okay, OCD. Okay, now we have the information. Hopefully Alpine will help people with OCD to make the graph look the same. Could that happen? It could be. And hopefully it will be, because I want the Williams scoring some points.
Performance boost. While Alpine has done well to recover from a truly awful start to 2024.
Wait, I want to see like OCD orbital drop shock troop. Okay, if you change the C and D and put one more letters, then we have orbital shock drop. Orbital shock drop trooper, troopers. So I was somewhat close.
And is performing better than Sainz's other options of Williams and Sauber, it's still carrying an engine deficit. The counter arguments are it would confirm Renault has no faith in its own engine project and is not committed.
That's, you can say, somewhat depressing. The Alpine Formula 1 team don't think the Alpine engine maker can succeed anymore.
Committed enough to keep funding it. It would also willingly sacrifice complete control of its F1 project, which is not much of a statement of ambition. And if separating from the Viry engine base with a customer deal is just a precursor to selling the team eventually, which looks like a logical endpoint for Renault, then Sainz could also
this is nothing about Alpine, but stake F1 team kicks Sauber, or more or less Audi. There's so much talk about, man, all the people that building cars and stuff in Formula 1. They are all in 100% brown Betty. Can it be? Yes. But they are all in Great Britain or Silverstone or whatever you fucking call England. And it will be a hard time for Audi to get people to sign the team because everyone is in Great Britain. But I was thinking, okay, every person in Great Britain is probably not from Great Britain that are in Formula 1. Why wouldn't some people wanna go back to either their home country, close to their home country, or maybe they can now live in their home country and drive to Audi, wherever they are, will be building the Formula 1 car. So, I would agree when people say the greatest minds is in England, but that doesn't mean they can't leave England to go to Audi, to maybe, if they're German, live in Germany again. Or if they maybe from Italy, they can be close to Italy when living in Germany. So like, I don't understand. Because people are in England doesn't mean people can't leave England. And who knows, it will maybe be the greatest time of the engineer's life when I can finally leave England and be an Audi team. Who knows, they may be German and can build stuff for German team in German instead of building stuff for a German team in England.
Endpoint for Renault, then Sainz could also be joining a team that changes ownership in the coming years. That would contrast poorly with the long-term strategy James Vowles seems to have at Williams and what Audi wants to achieve with Sauber as its new works team.
One more fish for the collection? No, it's not.
The timeline for Alpine to confirm its engine plans with Sainz is significant because this situation has already dragged on too long and Sainz's other options are running out of time and patience. Valtteri Bottas and Esteban Ocon are in the frame at Williams and Audi, who may decide not to keep waiting for Sainz while he waits for Alpine's engine situation to develop.
That could be actually some funny stuff. Oh wait, Esteban Ocon. Also, could he actually be part of the Audi team? I mean, how much faith do the Audi team actually have for Esteban Ocon to make the team good by having him in the team? I mean, if the fights between Hulkenberg and probably it will never be fight between them. Maybe Hulkenberg is so much greater than Esteban Ocon that they will never be close to each other. But if they are and they start fighting like Esteban Ocon always fight with his teammate, will it just last 1 year and then Audi just, okay, we had you 1 year, it didn't work, here we go now. If you like, then they wasted the 1 year with having Esteban Ocon when they could just not have him. But yeah, sure, pick him and then you will have a bad team working team. But it will be something funny if the teams in Carlos Sainz could go, just pick Bottas and Esteban Ocon. So whatever his team is left, Carlos Sainz goes to, and that team is then the best team. So he didn't have the chance to choose what team to join, but the team that was left become the better one to have picked. But who knows? Like I said before, if Andy Newey joins Williams, get his shares of the team and part owning the team stuff, then I believe Carlos Sainz will go to Williams. And then Esteban Ocon can only join Haas, because I don't believe Williams would want to have Esteban Ocon. But if Andy Newey doesn't join Williams, then I believe Carlos Sainz will join Audi. Oh wait, did I fucking say that? No. No wait. Either way, Esteban Ocon to Audi, then Esteban Ocon 100% Haas. If Carlos Sainz go to Williams, then Esteban Ocon can maybe join Audi, but most likely Haas. Well, let's see. Oh, Ricciardo! I mean, the talk about Ricciardo, that he maybe will not be in Visa Cash App or be Formula 1 team by, what's it called? Helmut Marko. Then Ricciardo can, I believe, 100% go to Audi. I mean, who do you rather want? Esteban Ocon or Ricciardo? I would say Ricciardo. And then can Esteban Ocon ruin his career in Haas. Both ruin Haas and ruin himself.
Develop. We'll come to where Williams and Audi are in terms of alternatives shortly, but the main thing to emphasise here is that Williams is now known to be seriously pursuing other drivers again. Williams boss James Vowles says...
Other drivers? Who could... Oh. It's really Bottas? Is that the other driver Williams want? Oh, Drugovich! That will be amazing. Make the life for Drugovich happen in Formula 1. Or Calpinto, let's see, is it Calpinto? Calpinto, I believe, let's see, his name, where do we have it? Colapinto. Apparently he's a Williams driver. And he finished second place in Austria. And James Walsh was there and I don't know, maybe celebrated somewhat. Maybe said something nice word to Colapinto that he become second place. I don't believe Colapinto will maybe be that driver that will take the seat, or at least for next year, but maybe in the future. So until then, maybe you can have Drugovic, hopefully.
He's done everything to make the case to Sainz culturally, politically, and in terms of investment and people, arguing that this is a simple, racing-focused team with the right strategy and big backing from its board.
And also, I don't know how many people knows about it, but something that Peter Richard have been talking about really a lot, how to make Williams at least good again, maybe great again, is to have two drivers that are like Alex Albon or Carlos Sainz. If the team will ever wanna go back to the top, they can't have like they have for many years rookie drivers in the team. Also, one more fish for the collection: blockfish, white, red. Well, maybe Bottas can also be part of that. Who knows? But yeah, you need no rookies, only good drivers. So all the information you collect in every season is actually worthy to keep. Then when well, Logan Sargent for now, Latifi before. It's like the information they give you could maybe be nothing. You can just delete it and you will be better off.
Announcement on the eve of the Austrian GP of 6 senior technical recruits and 26 other additions from various teams was quite deliberately timed. It had been planned for a while, but it served as a good public reminder of what Williams is up to off track. Vowles really wants Sainz, but he isn't prepared to screw Williams over by waiting endlessly for him. Williams cannot afford for its other backup options to sign elsewhere, and then learns Sainz is choosing Alpine anyway. Vowles says he has sympathy for Sainz's situation as he deserves to be choosing between better teams, but he thinks the time has finally come to lock things down. Meanwhile, Sainz claims he won't react to any pressure as it's such an important...
Oh no. Wait, let's see, what did he say? If they're a team that cannot wait or are a bit impatient, I cannot do anything oh, wait, what? Yeah, we have it. I feel for him because it's not a situation I expected to be. Oh, he expected. Oh, what the fuck?
But he thinks the time has finally come to lock things down.
Okay, the race was saying, okay. The final, let's see, what do they say? Can we have...
to be choosing between better teams, but he thinks the time has finally come to...
Finally come. So could you maybe say it will be the final solution Carlos Sainz need to do? Maybe not. Who knows? The race maybe said that.
To lock things down. Meanwhile, Sainz claims he won't react to any pressure as it's such an important decision. Sainz would obviously have hoped to have made his mind up by now, as the drawn-out saga that is leaving other teams and drivers hanging on is not good for him either. But a decision might not be imminent. F1's finally about to finish a European triple header of races, which Sainz says had not been the right time to consider his options in full and decide his future.
Not the right time.
So he might only be getting to a decision in a week or two at the earliest.
One more fish
if
for the
Williams
collection.
and Audi decide to conclude negotiations with
Oh,
other...
if he will sign for Williams, maybe being Great Britain will be the perfect time to sign it. Audi. What race could that be perfect to maybe sign that? We want the schedule. Hungary, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Azerbaijan. I think Italy can maybe. That's so somewhat close to Germany. Netherlands, maybe Belgium also. I don't know, Hungary. Probably not. Australia, no. Singapore, no. United States, nope. Mexico, Brazil, Las Vegas, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, nope. So if he want to sign with Williams, Great Britain will be really good. See, 1 day and 3 hours until the first practice start. And if he signs with Audi, maybe Hungary, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy will be somewhat good. Let's see, Alpine. Oh, Alpine could work with these countries also. Yeah. So, yeah. Great Britain, Alex Silverstone. If we want to be Williams, it will be perfect. Some time on that race weekend.
The drivers in the meantime, it would leave Alpine as the only seat left for Sainz. A slightly cynical view, held by at least one of Sainz's other pursuers, is this might even be Alpine's play. The theory is that by floating a prospective Mercedes deal, Alpine can make Sainz wait long enough to time out its rivals, so whichever engine Alpine ends up with for 2026, it ends up becoming Sainz's only remaining option anyway. Briatore is known to be a mega wheeler dealer, great in negotiations, so who knows what his real tactics might be.
Älskar sport, älskar boxning.
Fucking 20-second ad, go away. Man, that will be mean. Alpine give him an offer to make him not be able to choose a team, that make the other team choose someone else, and then he is stuck with Alpine. Oh, that would be mean if Alpine then say, oh yeah, we said this amount of money, we will be lowering it. Half of what we said, you can maybe get.
Until Sainz decides what he wants to do, the other drivers trying to secure their F1 futures simply have to sit back and wait. And understandably, they're getting annoyed by that. It's perfectly normal for drivers further down F1's food chain to have to wait on the bigger names, but it's extraordinary for the lower reaches to be hanging on the decision of one individual. That group includes Bottas. The 10-time Grand Prix winner is a contender for all 4 vacancies.
And then we have a 10-time Grand Prix winner. Why do we need to mention that Valtteri Bottas don't never do any headlights anymore? Why do we need to tell people that he have won 10 times in Formula 1? In the Mercedes? Probably only time when Lewis Hamilton wasn't good enough in the race, he succeeded to win. Is it because to show how good he is? Or maybe how good he once upon a time was? Or maybe he never was that good. He was lucky with the 10 wins. I mean, I just maybe yeah, it's like when they're talking like Daniel Ricciardo. Is it 3-time winner? It's like, yeah, you know, Ricciardo that was lapped in Monaco by Lando Norris in a McLaren. You know that guy? That for the whole season he looked like really bad. But he did win 1 race that season. You know that guy? Yeah, he's really good. It doesn't look like he was really good in McLaren. But he is actually good. It doesn't maybe look that good in Visa Cash App or Big Formula 1 team either. But I promise you, he is actually good. It's like, once upon a time, yes, he was good. I never seen him that good. So stop talking about how many times a person wins if what they do now is like nothing.
Vacancies, which includes the Haas seat.
I mean, it's like talking about, yeah, Kym Illman, the one-time World Championship winner. Yeah, he didn't get any points in Alfa Romeo that race. Okay, the one-time World Champion winner. I mean, are you trying to show that he once upon a time was good, or how bad he is now? That he was fighting for championship that year, and now he's fighting for 0 points. Wow, he must be really good now. Not at all that he just cashing in some money to be driving Formula 1, not to be good, but just to be in Formula 1. And when he just said he's done with Formula 1, he just left. Or more or less, he maybe left the year before. But his mind left the year before, but he still was in person for that season. Just to get more money.
That Sainz isn't interested in, and Bottas admits he found it weird that he is stuck while multiple teams chase the same driver. But Bottas...
Man, Valtteri Bottas, can you just maybe take a... Oh, what's it called? When you're done working and you can start taking holidays for life. Now, think of how much biking you can do with your wife. Every day can be a bike day. Oh, he could do... He could be like biking to every country the Formula 1 will be in. So he have sometimes 1 week to get to one place to another place. Oh my god, that will maybe... No! Oh my god. He need to maybe use some airplanes and stuff. But so much he can bike, he can maybe do. So he's always in every Formula 1 race with his bike. But yeah, but he maybe still want to be driving Formula 1, so maybe some more years in Formula 1.
Bottas claimed he knew there were other reasons for this, hinting it is beyond Sainz just being in demand because he's a multiple race winner too. This usually means wider commercial matters are at play, which is no surprise given a high-profile driver like Sainz has plenty of partners, most significantly Santander. Whatever the cause, Bottas has been left waiting like everybody else. But if Williams is serious and about to move things on with or without Sainz, the ball might finally start rolling for the other drivers stuck in the queue. Williams is looking at Bottas and Ocon, with both drivers knowing well to vows.
No, that can't be true. It must be really fucking fake news. James Ward, would they really pick Esteban Ogone? Really? That sounds like not a future, someone that want to make a team becoming a good team in the future. Sound like someone that want to ruin the team for the future. If you pick Esteban Ocon.
Due to several years together at Mercedes. Bottas raced there from 2017 to 2021, while Ocon was a junior reserve.
Yeah, but who fucking cares? Just look how he drives in a team. Nothing that I see Williams would ever wanna have in that team. Nope. One more fish that should be sacrificed for the fish gods.
Simulator driver who's still effectively managed by Mercedes. From what we hear, Bottas is the favourite there, as Ocon's record for
Wonder why? Yeah, so why would he even be on the list?
scrapping too much with his teammates counts against him. That could hurt Ocon with Audi too. He seems to be the main backup to some.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I believe. Why would Audi, that want to build up a team, or Williams, that want to also build up a team, would ever want to have someone like Esteban Ogone in that team? It's like, do you want to ruin the team before it started, or... I mean, that's why I believe Haas is the only team Esteban Ogone will ever go to. I mean, they already have Kevin Magnussen, so they clearly doesn't care about the quality of the driver. Only that the driver can be good sometimes.
But isn't so highly coveted that Audi is keen to rush a deal to lock him down. So Haas seems to be Ocon's best bet.
Yeah, nobody want to rush to get Esteban Ocon. If you don't get Carlos Sainz, then you maybe can rethink if you want Esteban Ocon, but most likely you still don't want him. You're probably waiting for Sebastian Vettel maybe do a comeback.
Audi's willing to risk missing out on Ocon and going for someone else if it can't get Sainz. That could mean keeping Bottas, but relations have soured quite a bit, and the only way he stays at Sauber for the Audi era is if he doesn't get...
That will be maybe depressing for Bottas. After all the stuff that looked like they don't want him in the team anymore, and then next season it ends up being that team he will then be driving for. Man, that will maybe not be a fun time.
Get a seat at Williams.
A team that is still stuck with a driver they try to replace, and a driver that believed he was replaced and now he's still in the team.
Alpine or Haas. Beyond that, Audi will need to turn to a rookie. One option is current Red Bull youngster Liam Lawson, if he's not given an RB seat.
No, I believe Helmut Marko will probably make Max Verstappen forcing the Vita Ketchup or be Formula 1 team to sign Liam Lawson. Then Daniel Ricciardo will be free. So that I believe Audi will 100% want to pick. Then Esteban Ocon.
And becomes contractually available. The other is Sauber's own protege, Theo Pourchaire.
Come on! Daniel Ricciardo can be maybe one of the drivers that will be in the mix.
The 2023 Formula 2 champion, who was recently...
I would say I believe more Drugovich than Pourchaire. And also Pourchaire is doing great job in IndyCar. Maybe not good enough because McLaren didn't want him anymore. Oh shit, yeah, that's something that happened. Ray Hall, whatever they call. Losing Lundgaard to, for some reason, fucking McLaren, I think. Like, McLaren is dropping and signing drivers left and right. I mean, you thought that Palou did to McLaren was bad. Then you look at what McLaren doing. It's like maybe Palou did the right thing to not be part of that team. And also that team doesn't look equally good at chicane as this, so he will have wasted his time being in that team. So one more fish for the collection. But yeah, if Lundgaard leaves Rahal, whatever they are called, maybe Pourchaire can get that seat now.
By McLaren's IndyCar team after just 3 races, but could have been recalled anyway if Sauber had wanted to give him an F1 seat in 2025. That might still happen, but he's relying on a lot of circumstances falling his way. Nothing can be ruled out given Audi is seriously at risk.
Yeah, and this was, I don't know, maybe not 1 day ago. No, maybe 2. No, how long time it was this clip was? Oh, I can see it after this
We're
clip
missing
is
out on
done.
#1 target Sainz, with Williams potentially in the same boat now as well, as this silliest of silly seasons continues to catch people out.
Okay, yeah, now it's done. Now we can look. When was this released? 2 days ago. And let's see, when did the news about McLaren and maybe 1 day ago. At least when David Land made a clip on it. Silly season, hands up, and then we... Oh yeah, no, wait. Yeah, Rossi. Didn't McLaren drop Rossi to Saint Lundgaard? Maybe Rossi will take the Ray Hull seat then. The fuck is McLaren doing in IndyCar? I mean, you think that Zach Brown will do less, I don't know, silly season stuff in McLaren in IndyCar, but apparently there is the bigger shit show is happening in his, I believe, his home country. Let's see, Zach Brown. Where do we have that? Zach Brown. Brian, American singer. No, we don't want him, we want Zach Brown. Oh my god, fuck me out. Yeah, Zach Brown, where is... From America, yes. Born in, let's see, can we find it? Born 1979 in American, yeah. Oh, he's living in England. That's nice. There, California. But for some reason he want to make McLaren looking really bad in his home country. Yeah, okay, let's see, what do we have? Okay, that happened, the race. The big twist holding the driver market again. Although again. Did it ever end then? I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, James Wows. That one we can look now. It will just be so depressing. Like, every James Wow verdict feel like just depression. We could have scored points, but we didn't. Next race, we could score points, but we didn't. Next race. It's like nothing funny. Let's see. Blockfish 100% blue. Yep, 100% blue blockfish. Nice. Yeah, James was team principal. Wow's verdict, Austria Grand Prix, Williams Racing. What will he be saying? Probably a lot, but nothing. I mean, as soon they get any points, it will just be the depression.
With the second race now complete of this triple header, we have just Silverstone to go.
Yes.
I think Barcelona was very tough for us.
Could some points be scored at Silverstone? Hopefully they can. Like last year when I was fighting Ferrari. That I would say was beautiful to see. Ferrari, Williams fighting each other again. They did it in Canada, but that was more depression than... Oh, Charles Leclerc did it in Austria also. But also, that was a depression to see how they were fighting for no points. In Silverstone they at least Fourth for points. Blobfish, orange, green. Can it be one more? Yeah, one more. Flopper, green, black. Yeah, so yeah. Let's hear it, James Wilds. What do you think about Austria?
Yes, we definitely were on the back foot in terms of performance there. In Austria,
True.
it was a more normal picture. You could see Aston Martin have moved back. They're relative to us now very, very close.
Oh my
and
god, Aston Martin can't be having a fun time either. And if Alonso is right, they will not be having a fun time in Silverstone either. Will that also be for Williams? Hopefully not, but probably. Man, why do Haas get so many points? Fuck Haas.
It's what the development race is in that midfield. Now, we have performance coming, and you'll see that the teams step forward and step backwards as that performance diminishes over time.
Yeah, but Haas doesn't step back anytime.
In terms of our weekend, we did some really good work Friday night here back in...
Yeah. That's nice, but you never see it in the race that you're doing so much great stuff. Can you do this great stuff in the race instead of outside the race?
Grove using the simulation tools and our driver and loop simulator, and I'm confident that the car we had on Sunday was much quicker than the car we started with on Friday. Now, whilst that's a positive news story, I don't think we got everything out of it on Sunday. I think there was better tyre usage, better strategy. But I also think that also means we're on the back foot on Friday when there was opportunity to really move forward. So we have to get these weekends executed perfectly and to be a chance of running for the points. In terms of other things for Austria, it was very warm. We've had the last 2 weekends, Barcelona and Austria have been really at the upper end of what we would expect track temperature-wise, and we've been suffering. I think that's part of the reason why we've moved back. Had it been cooler, I'm confident we would have been more...
No, you're doing the Mercedes making car. Make a car that if it's sunny, you're just bad. If it's not warm, then you're good.
Now that's on us to fix. It just gives us direction that we have to improve in.
One more
It's
thing to
much
fix.
better than last year, but we're not in the right place yet.
I agree. You are so far from that.
Welcome to the Val's Verdict, presented by Kraken.
Yeah, my crack. One more fish for the collection.
What I mean by we didn't get everything right is probably broken down into 2 principal areas. First and foremost, setup. When he mentioned, I think what we had on Sunday was good. If we'd started there on Friday, maybe we could have evolved to a different place. And that's just performance on the table we didn't
Like
use. And that's
every
on us to
race
improve our
weekend.
pre-event simulations and how we get there. The second aspect of things is I don't think we got everything strategically right in the race. I'm not sure we had a point-scoring car, but we definitely had one that should have been further up than it was. It's very easy to get caught into this very early stop situation that's happening towards the back end of the midfield. We're all desperate to undercut each other, and we're really putting ourselves into a 3-stop race with 2-stop stints left to go, so you're very compromised. And on this particular occasion, you could see just stretching it longer did give you overtaking opportunities. Alpine did struggle to get through, but were able to get through. And I think there's probably a balance, and we're on the wrong side of it here.
Oh, wait. Did they have... No, this must be the first question. Okay. How did the temperature affect the team's performance over the weekend? Well, he already answered it. Sun make the car be bad. No sun make the car be good.
Something in common between Barcelona and Austria is we were very warm track temperatures. I would say warmer than we would normally have at this time of year. And it's not playing to our suits. We can see that at the beginning of the stint and even after the VSC, so periods where the tyres just relax and cool back down, we're actually very competitive. But lap on lap, we are overheating the tyres. It's definitely better than last year. It was a big development area that we put in place to make sure that we were stronger in these conditions. I still think we hold a weakness relative to the top teams, and we need to keep working and addressing them.
Yeah, the year of... Yeah, whatever he said. Fixing the car. Did the team make setup changes to Logan car after the sprint race? It seems that he was having a good time in the sprint and the complete opposite in the main race. Like I believe P1 said it. Logan Sargent can only be good in the sprint races, apparently. Well, last time it was sprint race, he was good. Then the race bad. So maybe if Formula 1 becomes sprint race for every weekend, Logan Sargent can actually score some points.
Between Friday to Sunday, there was improvements in Logan's setup, but it were very minor compared to Alex's that were quite significant. I would say more so, Alex really migrated towards what Logan had. Now, there's two different parts for a setup. There's the physical components, roll bars, springs, ride heights, and there's a second element of things, which is electronic tools. And I think what was really highlighted on Friday is Logan did a really great job with his team in developing a very different direction of using either brake migration or engine braking or differential usage.
Shit. Let's see, where did he finish in the race? Oh shit, we need to... Where else are we maybe be dying by? So... results! No, we want the schedule, and then we go to the race, and then we click that results, and then we look. Where did Lewis Sawyer finish in the race? Oh my god, he finished the race before Lando Norris. Oh, I mean, look at that. Lando Norris 7 laps plus. And Lewis Sawyer only got 2 laps plus. He also got 69, that's something to celebrate maybe. But yeah, he lost. Behind Fernando Alonso. The fuck have happened? Why are you here? You crashed into Jürgen Yu and you are behind him? What? What happened? Oh, maybe he got the penalty. That moved him more down. Yeah, I'm only... Yeah, nothing more interesting to see, and don't wanna see the points Haas got.
Which Alex then used from then onwards, Saturday, Sunday. And they were quite different to start in that role. So in that sense, Logan was already ahead of the curve, had those benefits, and we migrated them to Alex as well. On setup, it was more an evolution of the direction that Logan was going down relative to Alex, and both...
Evolution! Oh my god, hype! Lewis Hamilton will soon evolve to from not scoring points to maybe scoring points. Probably not.
Really ended up there, so it's just smaller gains from Logan as a result.
Yeah, small gains every day. Small gains every day, bro. How do you see the work the boys are doing both in F2 and F3? F3? Who is in F3? I know Colapinto, because... No, Calapinto. Man, fuck me, I can't just... only because... I don't know. The commentary must have said it. Because it was showing James Walls in the... After... When the race had finished, to like say something, yeah, he will go up and say good job, because his Colapinto is a Williams driver. But who's in Formula 3? Let's see, can I... Williams... I mean, I've seen a Williams car in Formula 3. But who can be... Nope. But it had, I would say, the right colors for being a Williams driver. Oh, is this the guy? There we have not Williams, we have Alliance Driver Academy. So, okay, so and he won the. Where do we have it? No. Standings. He won Austria. So it must be him. That is part of the Williams driving stuff. But I still don't believe, even if Colapinto, yeah, we probably, let's see, 75 points. Yeah, I can't believe he will leave Formula 2 to jump into Williams for the next season. He will probably be in Formula 2 one more year. So let's see, what was the question? How do you see the work the boys are doing? How do you see? How do you see? He watched it live? He's in person? He maybe watched it on TV? How do you do that? He using his eyes? Nah, I think the question is maybe asking like, do you see what kind of work and how good they are in Formula 2 and Formula 3, even if they maybe don't win or scoring podium, can you see how good work they are doing outside the race? I believe the question is trying to ask. But the question can also see as, do you use your eyes when you're watching them? And the answer is yes, he does.
The other element of this triple header is that we're also having Formula 2 and Formula 3, in the case of Barcelona F1 Academy, by our sides during the weekend. And it's one of the best bits.
Oh shit. There we have Calapinto,
and it's one
from Argentina. Hi.
The best bits. I really quite enjoy coming into the track for about 7 minutes.
Maybe it will be the new. Oh no, what's his name? Fagio? It must be Fagio. Let's see. Fagio. F1. Yes. Juan Manuel. No, Fangio, not Fagio. I was one letter off. Let's see, Fagio. Again, I know why I'm thinking Fagio. This is the reason. Fucking GTA 5. The slowest thing to ever be driving in GTA 5. The Fagio. Holy shit. Man, I'm wasting so much money on making a pink. Did I make a hot pink? No, it must be golden. Yeah. A golden Fagio. Make a golden Fagio with one of the expensive Hornet that you can buy. And then you can was sitting on with the expensive clothes, and it just being the slowest car ever. Unless car. Driving vehicle.
38 a.m. It's very early for the F3 races especially. But I enjoy that moment of calm in the morning with a cup of tea, just watching really how they've got on, and especially none more so than this weekend. We had, in the case of Luke, his first pole position and second win, and it was a brilliant win. It was dominant from start to finish. He was in control of the race.
I mean, for me, I was hoping that the Dino Beganovic could have won that race. So, for me, seeing, yeah, if we turn
Second win, and it was a brilliant.
Luke Browning. Let's see.
And in the case of Luke, his first pole.
Yeah, Luke Browning. I mean, I'm not that sad to see him win, but seeing Dino Beganovic win would have been much more fun for me. Danny, I was hoping that he could be second place, but no, Mini took that also, so he didn't become third place, but it's so much better than being not on the podium. So I would say he's still happy that Luke Browning still won.
Position and second win, and it was a brilliant win. It was dominant from start to finish. He was in control of the race.
Yeah, he was.
In terms of Franco, again.
And this was also amazing. Calapinto driving. Was it? He started on the normal soft tires, and the other was starting with the super soft tires. And he was driving when it was 6 laps left. He then went in the pit, put on the soft tires, and he was thinking like, could he actually make it? He's like 6th. He was in the first place, leading the lap, went in the pit. And on 6th, he has 6 laps left to do, or maybe 7. With the last lap, it will be 7 laps. Can he either win the race, be second, or even get in a podium? And when you saw like how the time just went down for him for every car he was ahead of him, then you just, oh, he can actually, he can maybe at least get P2, and that he did. Let's see who won. Oh, yeah, Bortoletto. Apparently the McLaren junior driver won that race. One more fish for the collection. And man, his name. Bortoletto. Where do we have? Colapinto becomes second, and then it will be more amazing if the Spanish driver that are teammate with well, I can actually put that up. Where do we have him? Marty. This guy. It would be more amazing if he got the third place, but he didn't, and Hadjar got that one. Somewhat depressing.
And really strong qualifying, putting himself really in that top 4 region, and then in the race moving forward to P2. And it's great to see that across the season both are developing quite significantly. And it's not that Zach in F2 isn't performing. We almost had a win, not that.
Oh my god. They are performing better and better. And then we have Logan Sargent that are performing something. Sunstreak Lime Green. And then we have Cobb Light Blue. We need more buckets.
Long go in Monaco, it's just a very tight field with everyone at the moment.
On the next race, there will be Great Britain, Silverstone in 1 day, and yeah, what do this time say? 1 day and 1 day and 2 hours and 32 minutes. The next race weekend, the practice 1 will start. Okay, on the next race, what is one of your favorite memories of off track that's happened at Silverstone weekend? Off track. I mean, can you say off track is watching the race? Because that's not on the track. You're watching that off track. So seeing Williams getting points could be an off track favorite moment.
Definitely, as you say, you were only as good as your last race. I think after Barcelona, it was a difficult weekend. We really did underperform. Austria, I think we're starting to get highlighting just we have fallen back in this development race.
You have.
Now, Silverstone, I think, will move forward ever so slightly. It's a track that has a little bit more characteristics that suit our car. Be a little bit subject as well to weather and temperature. There's rain on the horizon and the temperature's a little bit lower.
That's nice.
But Silverstone will always hold just incredible memories for you. Not just was it the first track I ever visited and saw a Formula One car many years ago, but it's one that's special to win, and it's one that's special to perform well at. And I've had the opportunity to do both of those across the last 5 years or so. I've won there with 3 tyres on the car, not 4. And of late, we've had a situation where I think for me last year, it is the highlight of things. It was the highlight watching our car in a very special livery, just crossing the line in 7th place.
Yeah, and not... Oh shit, we need to bring that up. 2023, Silverstone. Oh, the country is called Great Britain. I was thinking about, what do you mean Great Britain? It's Silverstone. But yeah, it's the country. Fuck me. Yeah, this must be the biggest highlight. Not that... Wait, the fuck did he say? 7?
I like watching our car in a very special livery, just crossing the line in 7th place. And
okay. 7th place. Maybe the year before. Oh, Mick Schumacher hype! And here we have the fucking washed Kevin Magnussen get outperformed by Mick Schumacher. The fuck is this? And he get not the seat. Kevin Magnussen get the seat. Nah, fuck this. I mean, this is one day didn't keep Mick Schumacher. Man. Haas have always been after that dead to me. But well, Max Verstappen. Oh yeah, the amazing fight between Max Verstappen and Mick Schumacher. The Verstappen and Schumacher fight happened once upon a time with just Verstappen and Michael Schumacher, and then it happened with Max Verstappen and Mick Schumacher. But Williams. Okay, DNF. He must be ramming it wrong because, man. Or maybe if they finished 7th but ended up 8th? No, it can't be. Either way, what I was planning to say. Finish 8th is maybe amazing, but finish ahead Ferrari, so you have a fight with Ferrari. That must be even better. It's like watching 1997, 1996, maybe 1995, 1994, maybe 1993. The good old days when Williams and Ferrari was fighting each other.
They're memories that stay with you. You have moments always within a season where you're brought down. You're brought down by what's around you and your performance. And the way I bring myself back up is twofold. One, as I've said many times over, it's not about this year or next year. We really are investing in the future and compromising the years as a result of it. But number two, what I use is memories and fondness from where we have performed as a group and what I know we can achieve as a group, because those memories and those feelings are the ones that will keep you going when it's the darkest of days.
History of making Williams Racing. Okay, nice, that happened. And like I said before, I really hope that Williams can get some points soon. Let Silverstone be a great race. It maybe most likely will not be a great race for them, but you can always hoping they will do good. Let's see. Oh yeah, now it's time for the race podcast. And it will be a lot of what happened in Austria. Like what James was talking about, but for him was it just Williams. And a 15-second long ad. And then probably one more ad after that. It was a more 15-second ad. One more 15-second ad. Let's see if they... Oh shit! They did somewhat... No. The video I will be watching, they will maybe do more closer look at Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc, no, not Charles Leclerc, Norris fight. So we, in the podcast, it will maybe be, who knows, maybe watch takes on that fight, or maybe it will not be watch takes. I mean, I don't know what the majority of the people think about that fight. I only know what I think about that fight. And for me, I didn't see not so many problems that Max Verstappen did. For me, how Lando Norris did the dive bombs, I have more problems with. Because he apparently Max Verstappen didn't move while braking all the time, because he apparently succeeded to do some dive bombs that, in my opinion, he didn't succeed very well with. It's like you brake off the corner have appeared and then you turn, instead of braking before the corner and then you turn. So for me, the dive bombs he did was not clean. And he might pushed Max Verstappen out, might not have pushed him out. Either way, he still dive bomb in dive bomb so far into the corner. The corner have already appeared and then he turns. So for me, that was... So I would say Lando Norris did more bad than Max Verstappen did. But I think, man, I really didn't like that. The contact did so much damage. Can it just been Alpine then the Alpine fight, Gasly and Ocon. They touch and they can just move on for another fight. But man, that the race ended so in that way. It made the race so bad. At least for me. Because I wanted to see either Max Verstappen winning the race and Lando Norris P2, or Lando Norris finally succeed to get ahead of Max Verstappen. And this I wonder, could he just wait then? Making just driving after Max Verstappen, just wait for a mistake and then you just overtake him. A super easy overtake, a super easy win. And everyone's happy. Maybe not Max Verstappen because he didn't win, but you can't win them all. But you can just almost all races you can win. But yeah, let's see what their podcasts have to say about this race. Podcast, what Austria clash will mean for the rest of F1 2024. It will be the biggest fight between Norris and Max Verstappen. They will starting to sending death threats to each other. And there will be Trident. Fuck off, Dolphin. Fuck off. It's so fucking annoying. I want to get close. Oh. And then that scares me. Man, disgusting Dolphin. You're never when I want you. When I'm swimming around. But now you will just ruin everything. Okay, is the Dolphins far off? So we can maybe try to get one more Trident for the collection. No, we didn't get a Trident. God damn it. We have so much stuff on us. Oh shit, there's time soon for... How many more fishes? We can catch 3 more fishes. Then we need to go down to the fun time. Putting the fishes in the collection. Okay, now we can start the podcast.
The Athletic.
And the race is on!
The race is on, and it was Max Verstappen versus Lando Norris in the Austrian Grand Prix until their late race collision handed a first win in over 18 months to Mercedes and George Russell.
Yeah, so disgusting. I so wanted to see one more season when Mercedes didn't get a win. The only good thing that George Russell won the race, that is Lewis Hamilton didn't win the race. And George Russell won one more race against Lewis Hamilton, while Lewis Hamilton has still not won one race. That's the only good thing, but man, I would when I more have Mercedes having 0 wins this season. So it could be like the last year.
But was the penalty deserved? And what's the fallout from the clash? I'm Ed Straw, and joining me with all the answers are Scott.
Third World War will probably happen after this collection.
Mitchell Malm and Mark Hughes. Scott, how are you doing? How's Austria? Always a great
Doing
place to
bad.
be, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Ed. It's definitely one of my favourite races. Very scenic. I think we talk about that.
Why? Why is that one of your favorite races? Miami was, I would say, my favorite because how it ended. What more race? Oh, this could be a race I would like if the collision never happened between Max and Norris.
Probably every time we come here, there's probably a Sound of Music style reference or something akin to that. It's a good track to. It's a good track for racing. So it's just. It's also a track that's just really fun because you can see so much of it. It just reminds me of old school kind of kart tracks that I grew up around. And yeah, particularly fun and special weekend for me because it was it's my dad's 60th birthday this year, and he's been at the race this weekend. And on Thursday, I was able to get him into the paddock, show him around, introduce him to a few people. He was massively starstruck, just snapping drivers left, right, and centre as they were going about their media activities or just standing around in the paddock. So it was nice to be able to share something behind the scenes with him.
Excellent. Any such stories
Wow.
for you, Mark, or just a standard Spielberg
So everything done the race was good. Okay.
weekend for
understand.
you?
Well, it is it's probably the most beautiful venue that we come to in terms of scenery. But yeah, I did have a family connection. My brother Warren is coaching at the McLaren Formula 3 guy, Alex Dunn, and so he was with us. Not often we're at the same race, but yeah, nice to see my kid brother.
Hopefully, then that means that you're going to have your brother or something at Silverstone, Ed.
I don't think I'm going to have anyone at Silverstone, unfortunately. I'll just have to put up with the likes of you two. But that's enough for me. The race.
No, that's depressing. Surely you have some other people. That will be so much more fun to have than these people, right?
Family, as we like to say. But anyway,
That could not have sounded more disingenuous.
it's very, very hard. I'm not very good at saying things like that, but of course it was well meant. But anyway, let's get into this race because
surely.
there's a huge amount to talk about. And Scott, for a long time, this Grand Prix looked like it was going the same way as the sprint race with Verstappen leading from the start. Didn't even have Norris bothering him, unlike in the sprint race early on. Then it came alive when Verstappen had that slow left rear wheel change and fell into Norris's clutches at the final pit stop. We've got to start with lap 64 in the collision.
I hope they mention it. Lando Norris had new tires. Max Verstappen had old tires. Can we all agree that that can do something?
Can you talk us through it and apportion blame, please?
Are you asking me to explain how the race was lost?
Something like that, yeah.
Excellent, borderline on Mark's level. Yeah, it was obviously it was building up to that crescendo. The battle between the two of them. It was shades of Imola, but with obviously a lot more of the race still to go, and crucially on a circuit where you can actually overtake. So it was obviously critical for Max to try and keep Lando at bay on the run up the hill. Before they finally came together, we'd had a couple of dress rehearsals for some kind of contact. It was interesting to see how Norris was kind of reacting to how Max was defending, because the first time Max looked like he moved in the braking zone, it completely just killed Norris's attack dead. So then I think the next time Norris went for it, he just sent it up the inside and was never getting it stopped. But it was a good bit of keep catching Max unawares, a proper, right, if I move at this point, can he react? And the answer was no. But at that point, it's braking too late. So you got the sense that Norris was just kind of feeling what that battle was about. And when he then tried to catch Verstappen
So he could just wait Max Verstappen out. Could he maybe done an easy pass then? An easy win. Everyone will be happy seeing Lando Norris, second time winner against Max Verstappen. But no, we did not see
I
that.
really liked that Norris kept trying different kinds of moves, and this time obviously went to the outside, dived nice and late. He can't do anything at that point. He is he's in a straight line. He's basically up against, if not running on the outside curb slightly. And you can see there's one camera angle in particular that shows Max's drift across from where he is initially when he sets his defence to the left into Norris's car, causes the damage. So the decision, I think, was the correct one in terms of apportioning blame to Max. I don't think Norris could have done anything to avoid that incident other than not try to win the Austrian Grand Prix, and then I think we'd all be sat here being quite critical of him for not giving it a go. So it was a shame that it came to that. But the other thing...
Well, so you mean if he just waited one more lap, that will mean he can't win the race? Oh shit. One more fish, then we can go down.
To mention is that battle was about to be ruined anyway by a 5-second penalty for Norris. So in a way, in terms of things to talk about, is it probably a bit better that they came to blows on track?
Yeah, and that's something I really dislike. Was most annoying thing. Either way, if Max Verstappen did more wrong or Lando Norris did maybe something wrong, all this stuff still happen after Lando Norris might have a 5-second penalty. And for me it was like, okay, 5 seconds, this can ruin his race. Why is he fighting like the 5-second penalty will not appear? I mean, it should appear. He should get it. If he gets it, why is fighting like he have no 5-second penalty? It's like you drive like you almost ruined Max Verstappen race when you yourself have 5-second penalty on you. It's like, why?
Just say, oh, what a shame this was spoiled by a penalty.
I guess so, although there was briefly for about a lap the possibility that Verstappen would get a 5-second penalty which would neutralise Norris's penalty. Because...
And that I was thinking, like, could... the thing with Max Verstappen keep going off track. Could that have been like, okay, Lando Norris, you're about to get 5 seconds, but because Max Verstappen did something, we can give him 5 seconds also. So you both will get 5 seconds and the race is still on. I mean, that could have happened. But it didn't have time to happen because the crash happened.
As he'd been off the track as a result of Lando running wide, essentially doing that dive bomb. And so Max was off the track to avoid contact, fully all four wheels off the track, and rejoined still ahead. And Norris was arguing, well, he should give that place back because I was still on the track and I was ahead at the apex. So there's a possibility that the stewards may have seen it that way as well and imposed a 5-second penalty, which was would have made us able to, forget all the silly theory and get on with just enjoying the battle again. But yeah, that prospect lasted, as I say, for only that lap.
And obviously
True.
the collision put both out of contention for the win and allowed George Russell to win for Mercedes. But although the actual...
And also, after the collision, it looked like, oh, Lando Norris. Max Verstappen and puncher. Lando Norris can just continue. And then he couldn't. He was like, no! It would be so amazing that Lando Norris, after that, he can just continue and then win the race. But then his car, for some reason, just broke down and he couldn't finish.
clash that got the penalty, the 10-second penalty, when Verstappen, Norris was on the far left of the track, Verstappen moved across, there was nothing Norris really could have done about that. So whether or not you want penalties awarded for anything, ultimately Verstappen getting that penalty you can't really argue with. But the interesting question was the wider battle in terms of the moving in the braking zone that you alluded to, Scott. But Mark, what did you make of that? Was this kind of old Verstappen coming back, do you think?
Yeah,
And,
this was...
oh my god, all this fucking old Max Verstappen. Have we never learned? It's like learned what? To not want to win? Apparently yes. Maybe that's why he's winning so much, is he's fighting for every point. Every time he's driving, he wants to win. So is that really a problem?
As Verstappen in extremis, this is what when you put him under real pressure, this is how it's not a panic thing. It's quite calculated. He just
all tires.
There is no
Landooooo
acceptable outcome
tires.
other than he wins.
They're pissed
so
off.
he will, as we know, we've seen against Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian Vettel, Kimi Raikkonen. They've all been on the other side of it. He will, if necessary, he will run you off from the inside, or he'll turn in from the outside, or he will hover around in the braking area and then make a move. In fact, they've had to rewrite the regulations as a result of some of those Verstappen traits. So, I think he was doing what you'd expect him to do. I don't think it was anything out.
Yeah, Peter was sure agree. Max Verstappen did what he is allowed to do. Maybe really on the line, but hey, nothing over the line. Just as the rule says in the maybe rule book.
Outrageous, but if you're gonna have a set of sporting regulations, and he was probably just over the line a couple of times with them, and quite a long way over the line with the final one.
Yeah, I think he. I don't think he did anything. I don't think he did anything utterly egregious in isolation.
True. Man, the P1 takes was so washed. Thank God that we have Peter Visser that for some reason have so much more information than P1 can ever have.
But I think the problem is that line is drawn somewhere. He tests it more than any other driver, so he strays across it
because they want to win.
And then he takes a big step across it from time to time. And I do think that final move, which is ultimately what leads to the contact is an example of that. Mark alluded to it. There's a belligerence in Verstappen when he starts to lose control of a race. He starts to lose control of wheel-to-wheel combat, I think.
Okay. You believe. The fact that I don't think Peter Visser said anything about that, so apparently Peter Visser doesn't believe that.
It doesn't result in anything. It's kind of like it's calculated, but kind of automatic and reactive in a way. He has been emboldened through years of driving this way.
Yeah, sure.
And for most of the time,
if the fucking rules say you can, the fuck do you think he will do? Not drive, as the rules say? Man, some people. No, the race started with the fucking wash take already. I mean, just look at fucking Bahrain 2021. Can you drive over the white line? Apparently, yes. The fuck did Lewis Hamilton do? Drive over the white line? Oh, fuck off. Do you mean that? Really? No. Must be a lie. Lewis Hamilton will never drive over the white line. If you can. Wait, you can? And he did? And then in the race, they went out to say, oh, you can't drive over the white line anymore. Why? Why is the problem now? Fuck this, we go down. Apparently I don't get a lost fish for the collection. Let's do some counting. It should be 24, 18, 20, 22, 24, 30, 36, 40. 18, 78, plus 40. Oh, this would be perfect. While they're doing all the fucking washed opinions in the podcast, I can do the fun stuff.
Getting away with it,
the
and if he
dumb
cops
fishes.
the odd penalty here and there, it doesn't really matter because most of the time it works, right? And so if that's your natural driving style anyway, and
Big question: will Lewis Hamilton do the same if he could win a race? No, Lewis Hamilton will drive legit. He will not cross any white lines to win a race.
and you're basically encouraged to
After being in a Mercedes that have been so bad for so many years.
keep doing it because it pays off more often than it doesn't. He's not going to suddenly stop, is he? So this is basically the sum total of everything that's come over the last few years. You know, Andrea Stella said it was specifically things like 2021 against Lewis Hamilton that kind of encouraged this, but it's not just that. It's everything big and small around it.
The rules are encourage you to do this. Stop acting like Landon Norris wouldn't fucking do that either. Why the fuck do you start to get the... Why after Landon Norris catch up with Max Verstappen, he now gets... If you cross the white line again, you get a penalty. Why the fuck did that happen? Did Norris never crossed any lines before that? This was the first time? Fucking retards.
And it's not that you can't blame Verstappen for driving this way, but
Yeah, just look at... Still Landon Stella. Maybe you should look at how Landon Norris drove before he catch up with Max Verstappen. Was he over the white line any time, or did just FIA fucked him? And saying that he crossed lines when he didn't.
can't expect him to suddenly eradicate all the things we saw a few years ago when those situations arise again, because it's almost like he's conditioned to be this way.
Oh shit. Man, I hate people with fucking retard brains. What do the rules say? Do the rules say that he can be driving like this? Okay, then he will be driving like that. Lewis Hamilton will be driving like that. Landon Norris will be driving like that. Everyone will drive like the rules say, if they can be partly over the line.
Way,
If they
both
can win.
through him as a driver and through how it's been policed previously.
Yeah, exactly. You can only play the rules the way they're applied, and yeah, that's what Verstappen does, and it's not a Verstappen only problem by any stretch of the imagination.
No, everyone in Formula 1. You mean, look at fucking Kevin Magnussen in Saudi Arabia. The fuck did he do? Follow the rules, okay? And they fucked everyone else.
But I do think there's a wider question mark about on-track discipline and how people race, etc. that F1 has got in a bit of a mess over the past 5, 6, probably over the past 10 years pretty much, but I won't get into that now. We'll be here all night. But it was interesting, wasn't it, the reactions, because I don't know about you, Scott, but from what I saw, because Verstappen was initially annoyed in the car, but then after the race he was a little bit more careful. He complained a bit about the strategy. He didn't really... He defended the moving and the braking zone, but he didn't really defend the actual incident itself, whereas Norris seemed to be willing to put the boot in a bit more. How did you see it?
Yeah, Verstappen on the final move that led to the contact, Verstappen was kind of shifting the blame onto Norris a little bit and kind of acting like I was surprised that he appeared out of nowhere. He was... there was a beautiful kind of hypocrisy to how much Verstappen was complaining about Norris's dive bombs and sort of being a little bit out of control under braking and being unpredictable. I thought that was it was said sincerely, like, as well. That's what made it quite amusing. But I would say,
textbook Formula One driver, though, isn't it? They all do.
No, absolutely. But I would say, Ed, if you're looking for one response that sums up,
Det är dags! Frukosten är serverad!
And short ad.
Äntligen morgon. Äntligen
true.
Verum.
Oh god damn it, one more. 50 seconds.
Kampen för låga priser fortsätter. NetOnNet.
who was in the wrong and what they got wrong. It was Christian Horner describing the third and the third incident, the one that led to the contact, as a racing incident. And if Horner describes something that Verstappen's involved in as a racing incident, you know he really thinks that Verstappen's to blame, because if he thinks it's anything else, he will rampantly defend Verstappen. So I think that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, absolutely fair.
Wow.
I think it's also worth asking, Mark.
So if Charles Leclerc also say that he's 100% was in the wrong, like his famous meme.
What we learnt about Norris in this, not just from this battle, but also from the sprint race, where obviously he made that brilliant dive bomb pass on Verstappen at turn 3 and then threw it away with a fairly elementary...
Yeah, brilliant, and then he failed 100%.
Racecraft error by just not covering the inside at turn 4. So what do you make of Norris's on-track racecraft this weekend against Verstappen?
Yeah, it was patchy, wasn't it? As you say, that was quite a naive move, which lost him with the retaliation by Max, and also another place to his teammate Oscar Piastri. I think this has been building for a while, and I think as the McLaren has become more competitive, it's sort of pulled Norris into a zone where he knows he needs to be more focused and step up, and he knows how difficult an obstacle he's got in the shape of his friend Max Verstappen, and the fact that they're friends is just probably making it more complicated for him as well. And we saw a little hint of he realizes he's probably going to have to get aggressive. We saw a little hint of it at the start of Barcelona last week, didn't we? When we had Max onto the grass, but it just came a little bit too late to make that force for Verstappen to back off. So I think Lando's expecting to have these sort of races with Max, and was anticipating the sort of move Max was going to pull. But I think it was just, if it hadn't been here, which as you said earlier, it was actually only triggered here, that it happened here because of that slow pit stop at the end for Max.
Come on, it was a slow pit stop. It was, you could say, the wrong tires. They was planning to have the hard tires. They went for medium used tires because Charles Leclerc didn't like the hard tires in the beginning. And then they, bad pit stop, used tires. And then he also made a mistake in one corner when he locked up. So free stuff happened, and then Norris was now behind.
But if it hadn't been here, it would be somewhere else. It would be somewhere down the line this year. The McLaren is competitive enough, and Lando is quick enough that it's going to pull them into a zone of conflict, these two friends. And so it'll be interesting to see how the friendship evolved.
And I think this weekend will have been super valuable for Norris, because you mentioned there a couple of times, Mark, there's a difference between, I think there's a difference between what Lando expects and anticipates in battle against Verstappen and then actually really living it, because the last few weekends there have been glimpses for him, haven't there? This is how hard it is to beat Max. This is how hard it is to be at 100%, nail those crucial moments like Canada with the safety car, with Barcelona with the race start, the sprint race, making sure that you see that move out after you've done it. But what he hadn't experienced up until now is that ruthlessness from Verstappen firsthand. Now he has, and Norris was much more aggrieved than Verstappen was. In fact, Verstappen's done this loads of times. He's clashed with everybody. He's kissed and made up with everybody.
Yeah. It's very natural for Max. There's no poison in it. There's no badness in it. This is his interpretation of what racing is.
Yeah.
You mean the rule book is what he follows?
But other people don't see it necessarily that way. But if you're going to go wheel to Max, you have to get used to it.
So I really think this would have been valuable for Norris in that regard. And I do wonder, because I suspect they'll have spoken by the end of this evening. Post-race, Max was like, now's not the time for me to make up with Lando. But Lando made it really clear he felt the onus was on Max to clear the air over this. And if you put in the onus on Max to be the one to hold your hands up and say, sorry about that, we go again next week, you're not really going to get that very willingly, unless their friendship does change things slightly. But I think it means that when we go to Silverstone next week, when we race in the future, these guys go wheel to wheel again. There's going to have to be a bit. There'll be a bit more steeliness in that battle. It will change things. It might not be dramatic. It might not be super obvious, but it will change things. And I can't wait to see what this means for coming races and future seasons if these guys are going at it wheel to wheel. Because I love the fact that we saw today, Norris won't just stand down. He'll try different things. He's happy to go wheel to wheel. He fought fire with fire, and sometimes I think that is the way you have to go do battle with Max Verstappen.
I think it's great. Ultimately, you've got slightly different styles, some proper needle and rivalry. This is what we want in Formula One. I think so many people get behind one driver or the other. I just like seeing these battles, and sometimes you will have clashes. Great to see this big talking point in the season. It's just getting better and better.
Wow.
Right, Mark, there is still some space for the traditional how the race played out question.
Yeah,
so let's
nice
just
blue.
wind back to the start. Can you take us through how Verstappen and Norris got into that position and how Russell was
Oh, let's see if they get it right now.
in place to pick up the pieces?
It's as we've seen for the last few weekends, Verstappen and Norris are the fastest two guys in the place, or the fastest combination of car and driver in the place, and the Red Bull qualifying advantage.
Wait, oh shit, we have. Oh, I mean, it's the podcast. do I really need to have that on? I could have that on, but let's see. Brown, yellow, pink, purple, green, magenta, cyan, orange, blue, white, red, grey, lime. Okay, it's. Let's see. I should. Nice, and then we click. Now, let's see. 13, 9, 10, 13. Light, Betty light blue. Do we have a Betty light blue? Light. Oh, we have light blue. So if we get the last one. Then this will be done. Let's see. Let's see. Can I find out what is missing? Did I say green? Yes, we have green. And light blue we don't look after. Light grey. Light grey are we missing? When we get Betty light blue, light grey, we have a full collection of Betty light blue. Okay, time for the blockfish.
Was much bigger than it had been in recent races, and it was beginning to look like this would be reverting to early season levels of domination on race day. And we saw the sprint race didn't really knock that theory into touch either, because he won quite comfortably and could probably have won more than the 4 seconds he did win by. All he had to do was get himself out of the irritating DRS early attacks that he was getting with the help of DRS. And once he got himself out of that range, it was comfortable enough to pull away. And the first couple of stints in the race, it again looked like they were on course for a comfortable victory. He pulled out 6 seconds by the end of the first stint and had 7 seconds by the time he came to change for the second time, and it looked as if he was just pacing himself back to whatever pace Norris was doing behind him. And so, yeah, it was, I think, Red Bull's most competitive race probably since early season, probably since Japan.
Yeah, quite Man, so much information. Like, why are you talking about the sprint race? Shouldn't you talk about the fucking race? Purple, magenta. We have cyan, blue, lime, light blue, pink, orange, brown, yellow, green, white, black, red, magenta. This is Fairton also. Briny purple. Do we have briny purple? Briny purple. No, we don't. Okay, continue.
And China time. Not quite as dominant as that because the McLaren is much better now than it was then. But it was comfortably Red Bull's weekend in terms of performance, and the McLaren was comfortably the second best car. So George did a good, solid, polished job in running third. But you know, he by the time they had the incident, George was 12 seconds or something like that behind. So, but that was comfortably clear of everyone else, and that's just where the Mercedes was this weekend. He did a very good job. He made Lewis's race look a bit scrappy. Lewis had to surrender a place to Carlos Sainz in anticipation of being asked to give a place back from something that happened on the first lap. He then ran his car over the curbs, damaged the floor, which he'd done also in qualifying, in sprint qualifying. So, yeah, a bit of a scrappy weekend from Lewis, and he was sort of 20 seconds back by the end. But George, very, very calm, polished performance, and it would have been a worthy third, and then it just all came to him. So yeah, a worthy recipient of a bit of good luck.
Scott, we mentioned in passing Verstappen's critique of Red Bull. He wasn't very happy with the strategy. He wasn't happy the first stint went on a bit too long, so he got caught up in traffic. He obviously wasn't happy with the 6 odd seconds lost in that final pit stop that made all the difference. Do you think that's a fair criticism, because he did have it all under control?
Yeah, the use medium, the bad pit stop. Come on, mention that, please.
Other than that, and he
I'm gonna have Peter Windsor mention it.
wouldn't have been there to clash with Norris, but for particularly that pit stop blunder.
Fair criticism, yeah, probably. I mean, is an accurate observation. You know, they ceded control of this Grand Prix in quite a dramatic way. I don't know really. Like sometimes,
it's just stick and wheel. I mean, it happens, isn't it? You get sticky wheels.
Yeah,
is that somebody's fault?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like it's that's what I mean. It's fair criticism insofar as if what you're saying is we had the race in our hands and then we needlessly put ourselves under pressure. Like, that is true, but I think the problem with Max is I think it's part deflection because he was involved in the controversial incident, and this helps sort of point the finger at someone.
Bad tires, bad pit stop. Come on.
Someone else. But I think it's also, we've seen this before. When he feels that Red Bull's not holding up its end of the bargain, he can be quite petulant in his comments.
Because I didn't. Medium, bad, used medium, bad pit stop. Is that really hard to find out? Or is Peter Windsor just lying when he said that? That happened?
Needlessly needly, which is a difficult thing for me to get out. And I think we saw that again today. Like it was other things he criticised as well. Like he was complaining about how long he was left out for the first stint. He was complaining how long he was left out at the end of the second stint. And then his irritation was basically, I got left out and I was struggling, and then they screwed up the pit stop anyway, so then I was under pressure. But the only reason he gets left out in those scenarios
with used tires, right?
Is because if they bring him in, he comes out in traffic, and he doesn't have that read of the race.
Yeah.
Just sometimes it just feels a little bit like just back what the team are doing on that side. I get that he's annoyed at the things that went wrong.
They use
but
tires? Question mark.
Sometimes there are moments where you just go, that's how it happened. He was still in a position to win that race after all of those.
Yeah,
he contributed as much as the team did in terms of the downfall.
Yeah, in terms of that second stint, his gap over Norris was unchanging. He was hovering at around 7 seconds.
Well, if the whole plan is using the hard tires and then it's ending up not to use the hard tires? Are you blaming the driver or the team?
He wasn't under any threat by staying out. Secondly, you're very vulnerable to the safety car coming at just the wrong time and losing the other race if you come in unnecessarily when you've got a big gap over the other guy. And thirdly, he would have had to. He's going to have to switch to mediums for that final stint. And they're
Had to? Why? What did you had to?
range was limited to about 30 laps. He couldn't come in as early as he wanted to anyway, because they had to go onto the mediums.
Why did I have to go on the mediums? Your Russell showed that the hard worked.
Because the hards just, you know,
That your Russell won with? What? Retard?
they lasted, but they weren't very quick, and hence he,
By who? Charles Leclerc?
you know, he was struggling. But that was just how it was for everyone. So, you know, without that full picture, you need to know all those things to know.
Like you apparently don't, because is Peter Visser just lying, or do he knows more than these three people together?
You are being held out too long.
It's just
I don't think he will.
It's just top driver moans because he hasn't had the result he wants. Like these guys are.
Yeah, the British retard brain.
The top guys are the most intense. They're the most focused on. They hate it when anything slips up. It's really easy for them to brush aside their own errors.
Like Lewis Hamilton. I've never heard that.
It's a lot harder for them to. That win as a team, lose as a team mentality slips quite easily when you're annoyed. And there were a lot.
Yeah, just look at Lewis Hamilton. Blue, green, lime, cyan, black, orange, yellow, magenta, grey, light blue, purple, no purple. Holland and Norris every time the team didn't give him a win. Can I just fucking succeed with this? $12. Clayfish red. Do we have our clayfish red? Nine, 10, 13. Oh, two more and then we are red. We're missing the red one. And whatever is left.
A lot of factors that came together to basically piss Verstappen off, and we know what he can get like in those scenarios. It's not the first time this season that he's dug out Red Bull a little bit for things that haven't been perfect, and it won't be the last. This is just part.
Shouldn't he do that? I mean, it's not like they're talking like you shouldn't blame your team if they're doing anything bad. Why not?
That intense character. It is part of what makes him so great. It is part of what makes him a pain in the arse if you're in the same team as him sometimes.
So don't make any mistake, or so fuck me one more. No.
Right, Scott, let's talk about George Russell. How significant is this win for him, given the slight question marks that have been hanging over him in some areas?
Yeah, I think I don't.
Nobody cares.
I don't think it directly addresses a couple of the things that we've talked about on this post-race podcast a few times in recent races. You know, it doesn't do things like, you know, the errors in Canada for something like that. What I will say is that this showed just how good Russell can be as a team leader for Mercedes. You know, you wanted a car there to pick up the pieces. Which car was it? It wasn't the second McLaren. It wasn't either of the Ferraris, and it wasn't the 7-time world champion in a Mercedes. It was George Russell. So, yeah, okay, was there some assistance along the way in the form of things like Piastri's slight...
So, I'm right. Lewis Hamilton is washed. He's a washed driver. He joins Ferrari and will never win in the team. Because so washed.
Harsh penalty for the track limits offence in qualifying, yes, but Piastri went beyond track limits. Okay, McLaren contests that it wasn't emphatic. I would argue that the fact that he dips a wheel on the gravel on the outside shows that he probably was over the white line on the left-hand side of the car. Russell didn't do that. The other drivers didn't do that, so they didn't get a penalty. So I feel like Russell was like borderline perfect this weekend, and you think quite highly of his performance all round, don't you, Ed?
Yeah, I will look into it even more. But yeah, I just think it was really well executed all the way through. The sprint component as well. Just very, very rounded, well executed. Nothing really wrong. I haven't finished driver rankings yet, but he's a strong contender to be number one. He'll certainly be up there. I'll work that out shortly.
Do you think it was his best weekend of the year? It felt like, it's really easy to say that because he won, but I just think if he'd finished third in that race, that's a better third than his third in Canada by
100%.
Definitely. So I think it was.
Yeah, 100%. And perhaps the consistency and the improvement of the car has helped him to deliver that. And Mark, it's worth mentioning, this is further validation of the Mercedes progress. We talked about it after Canada, we talked about it after Spain. And as George Russell said, they couldn't have imagined being in the position to pick up the pieces from this sort of incident.
And they shouldn't have. This will be the first and last win this season. Have a great time in Mercedes.
Bahrain time, or even a few months into the season, this sort of opportunistic victory would have been impossible.
Yeah, and
if the first driver and the second driver crashed out, the fuck you mean? You fucking retarded.
I asked one of the engineers there. I said, "What today?
It would be super easy to win a race
because it's the car's sort of solidly competitive now, but it's still a tenth or two off the absolute front pace, just as it was in Barcelona. Why was it really bang on the pace in Montreal? What's the difference?" And he said, I think we were performing at the same level. I think it was just Red Bull was struggling more in Montreal. So I think what you're seeing is ours is that's about where ours is, and the Red Bull sort of flits up and down around it, and presumably the McLaren too. But they say they've got upgrades coming and before the summer break that will bring some performance, but obviously, as ever, it depends on what everybody else brings. And it just needs that final push to bring it properly into the mix. Where it sounds maybe odd saying that after it's just won a Grand Prix, but it was going to be a distant third.
The weird to say. Look at what happened after Brazil. They won a race, and what happened then year after? They won nothing more. That season, they won no races. After a race win, wow.
We seem to have got past that stage where they're wildly fluctuating and they don't know where they are.
There was a reason why Hamilton said after qualifying 24 hours before this that when you see a gap like they had to Max in qualifying here, that win feels further away. It feels like quite far away now. Obviously, you can't rely on circumstances like this, but and Max isn't going to be that far up the road at every track this season, even when the Red Bull is sorted out. But that is where Mercedes kind of thought they were this weekend. They're better, but they're not right there. So to do this, to have a real win, if you can call it that, that still feels like a couple of upgrades away.
Yeah, and obviously it's also worth noting that Russell did have to make sure he kept Piastri at bay. Piastri was recovering. Sounds like he had a little bit of damage somewhere on the car after the first corner, but he got close after climbing from 7th, but wasn't ultimately a threat, so that's positive as well. Lewis Hamilton finished 4th, an okay weekend for him, but Russell was the main man for Mercedes. Let's talk briefly about Ferrari, Mark, because Carlos Sainz finished 3rd, although the bad news is that would have been 5th, but for the collision at the front. Leclerc had a pretty frustrating weekend, all sorts of problems.
Yeah, depressing weekend.
Both components of the weekend, the sprint and the main elements. 11th in the race after that first lap damage. What have we learned about Ferrari's struggles?
That its upgrade has taken them into bouncing territory, so it's sort of confirmed what Barcelona suggested. They were on the cusp of that this weekend again, and so that they you to get out of it, you have to compromise a little bit, not be so greedy on your downforce. But the way to properly solve it, of course, is to get better control of the suspension of the car and the ride of the car at the super low ride heights at which.
Shit! Yeah, go away. We need to look. white, red, yellow, orange, purple, magenta, cyan, black, green, light blue, light grey. Yep. 11. 11. Flopper blue. Do we have a flopper blue? Flopper. Yeah, we have flopper blue. But man, 11. We need 4 more. 3 more. Oh, fuck me. Disgusting stuff. Fucking alarm clock. Not turn off. Flopper blue. We need 2 more. No, let's see. 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 2 more. Can it really be? No, let's see. 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it is 2 more we need. Then flopper blue is done. Hopefully we get more of this. Or maybe not more this that doesn't have the... Wait the fuck. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Should be 4. Flopper blue. Oh yeah, it's different. The 15 different colors. 16. No, wait. Yeah, it's 16 with the full color. Because it's have light blue instead of blue and another color. Right? Orange, pink. Yeah, whatever. I think I'm doing the right thing. No time to look at that now. Let's continue. Flopper grey.
The big downforce is delivered. So yeah, they the update has brought more downforce, but that downforce has taken them into that territory where the bouncing is. So you could say, well, why not surrender the downforce? Well, that's effectively what they do by raising the ride height, but there's no point in doing that. It's not a racing mentality. You know that the potential is in there because the downforce numbers are telling you. So you work out a way of being able to run it like that, but until they do, they will be relying on circuit characteristics coming to them. So the sort of slow circuit, mechanical circuit, stop-start circuits, they will still be absolutely front rank at, but anything a bit with the fast corners and the aerodynamics.
Fuck, I talk about the Mercedes now. What Austria say? Oh, Ferrari. They're talking about Ferrari. Okay, they will be back.
Demanding corners, and they're a little bit off at the moment.
And they're trying to push through an upgrade for Silverstone. Carlos Sainz was saying that could improve matters a little bit, but yeah, some work to do for them. Basically, the 4th best car, close, but not really where Ferrari would have expected to be. Scott, Haas, we haven't talked about them too much recently.
No, fuck that. Time for Haas. They're getting so many points. Fuck that. Oh, this will be painful.
They've traditionally gone well in Austria. This is a great result. Nico Hülkenberg 6.
No, it's not.
Kevin Magnussen 8. So why did they rise to the top of the midfield here?
I know.
It's a very good question, especially considering where they were in the first half of the weekend. They didn't feel, and Hülkenberg certainly after qualifying had felt that better reflected sort of where they felt the car was. They were probably the biggest beneficiaries of the new sprint format that reopens Parc Fermé and allows you to make those changes after the sprint race, because the Haas wasn't.
Oh, thank God, we don't need to listen more of the Haas for a time. Let's see. Purple, red, magenta, green, white, brown, light blue, blue, grey, yellow, pink. Wait, did I? Let's see, flopper, blue. Yeah, fuck that up. Let's see, R. If it's just 10, I will to making the right. Where do we have the screenshots? I want to do without the text, and everything else should be having the text. Yes, nothing, and there we have a blue, light grey. Shouldn't be screenshotted with the text. God damn it, we need to do it again without. Flop orange without the text. I mean, I did it at the first time. Need to continue. Okay, now we can go back to fucking halves. Not at all fun.
It wasn't terrible. I think Magnussen was perfectly competitive in sprint quali, but it was more difficult. Hulkenberg in particular was a lot.
For some reason, so Perez is gonna get past them.
Less comfortable.
Kevin Magnussen got past, but not Hulkenberg.
In the car. So
Magnussen, actually, I have to say Magnussen was really strong in the sprint element of the weekend. Best possible qualifying position and result. If I driver rank the sprint component, Magnussen would probably be number one. Really, really good from him.
Excellent. Don't say that. You'll give yourself more work to do. You'll be asked to do rankings mid-weekends for the sprint. So I think basically what happened is I think they just were able to refine elements of it so that both drivers could get something out of the car for the Grand Prix portion of the weekend. And I have a sneaking suspicion that where that car was sort of in the sprint would have been hard work over a Grand Prix distance as well. But really this kind of just reflected like what that car is capable of, and it's actually quite impressive with Haas, because we've seen before, okay, yes, they've gone well here in previous years, so maybe it's a similar stage of the season as what they've done previously, but they're not drifting away in that midfield fight. They're holding their own as they bring parts to the car, and I don't think we've ever seen that in Formula One before, which I think is quite encouraging. Obviously, they benefited from certain circumstances today, the clash between the top two, and Sergio Perez being all out of sorts with a car that seemed damaged from lap one, and Perez had a stinker of a weekend, but he wasn't as bad as that Grand Prix made him look. That was obviously damage exacerbated, but Hulkenberg,
home race.
Borderline heroic what he did on the last lap to make sure he beat that Red Bull, because even a damaged Red Bull, I think probably it was Hulkenberg that finished sixth there, not a damaged Red Bull putting Perez in seventh. So getting that result, huge for them, massive. Like that's given that Alpine have been picking up a little bit of form recently and just tossing up the odd point or two here and there, that could have been something that in the second half of the season Alpine build on and then catch and overhaul Haas. This kind of haul here could be massive for Haas in the championship. It's the difference between them being just clear of the real tuggers in the
so depressing. They got so many points and Williams have still not got any points.
Championship standings at the moment, and consolidating themselves as a real leader in that midfield group.
Yeah, and 12 points for them this weekend, having scored only 7 in the races. Before that, Mark, we should briefly talk about RB or VCarb, as I fear there's an increasing tendency for them to be called. They started the weekend still scratching their heads about the upgrade that was introduced in Spain. Ricciardo did manage to take 9th in the Grand Prix, though, and there did seem to be a step for the serious business of the weekend after the sprint. So did that confirm progress is being made, not just for the car, but actually for Ricciardo as well?
It's difficult to say with Ricardo because he's been so up and down. It's not the first time this year he's looked really good. It's probably the 3rd time. But, you know, on previous occasions, it's followed by another weak performance. So let's see, but it's encouraging. In terms of the progress RB's made from the misstep of their upgrade in Barcelona, it seemed that part of the reason for that is that it just didn't work with the wing that they had, and they were trying different variations of the wing to try and sort of energize the floor upgrade, and they were mixing and matching parts. So I don't think they've fully nailed it yet, but they at least are on the right track. But they that status of being best of the outside the top 4 teams, which they pretty consistently were before the upgrade.
Yeah, and then upgrades happen and they are fucking nowhere. Like, what the fuck happened? Let's see. It's Great Britain. After that will be Hungary. Hopefully, maybe next month they can start being good. Hopefully they will start being good even in Hungary, Belgium and Silverstone. But it will be somewhat depressing if they still bad when Italy comes. Because the team is... I mean, it says it's... let's see if we can go... Where do you can see that information? First time entry... No, the fuck do you... Oh wait, do I need to... Nope. There's somewhere in a place when you click and you can see the flags and... where do you go? Nope, you don't do that. Where do you go? Gaming. Yeah. No, but let's see. Not either here. Oh shit, you can see, man, so much information. Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso. And then, yeah. Didn't get any points for that. Oh, Oscar Piastri. But... Man, the fuck you go? I believe 100% you should be able to see somewhere in this place. Huh. And I think you can also see the full name also, the full name of the team. Man, this is weird. Or am I just blind? mean, that could be true. Oh, there be information, but I have a memory of you seeing the flag also somewhere. But hey, it says Italy. It's an Italy-based team called Merceds before. Yeah, hopefully they will somewhat be good before that. If not, that will be not fun for them.
That's definitely some way off in the distance at the moment.
Tsunoda was suggesting that he didn't have any of the Barcelona upgrade parts on his car by the end of the weekend. So he did also say that he didn't end up too far away from Daniel. So I wonder if that meant that after the sprint, again, Parc Fermé, blah, 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 that mix and match that they had, I wonder if that veered more towards pre-Barcelona spec and basically not the upgrade. And then Tsunoda just didn't have any of the new parts, because I specifically asked Yuki that after the race, and he said emphatically he didn't have any upgraded parts on the car. And I had heard earlier in the weekend that basically like there's numbers from the track in Barcelona that didn't match what was happening in the sim. So that's a little bit worrying, because one of the things that propelled them so nicely last season was that like constant, progressive, effective upgrades in the second half of the year, which then also helped power their good start to the season. So kind of need to get on top of that, because as we were saying, if Haas are performing well and Alpine are up in their game, it doesn't matter that Aston Martin are still in no man's land. That they've got other rivals in that fight, to nick those final points places.
Let's talk about Alpine now, and we can be positive about Alpine because we like being critical of them. Pierre Gasly was 10th, and that's 4 consecutive races in the points for them. Ocon was in the mix as well before he shed that rear brake duct winglet. So does this all confirm that Carlos Sainz should sign for them and all is great?
Carlos Sainz signing Alpine. I hope not, because that can lead to Mick Schumacher joining Alpine. And then not Audi. Then Mercedes can support him with the Mercedes engine for a German driver. And it will just be beautiful to see Mick Schumacher back in Formula 1 again. So hopefully Carlos Sainz doesn't pick Alpine.
Both looked at each other like...
Not sure about that. I think the long term of that team is not really clear. It's not crystal clear at the moment. But the existing core of the team, I think, are doing a good job in engineering out the problems that they found with it, the car that they were given. And I think the trackside people and the development people are doing a really solid job, which you would expect, because that team has never lost that ability. That's always been a very, very strong engineering group and race group. But in terms of the other elements required for longer term success, it's very much up in the air at the moment, and we've got the extra uncertainty with whatever Flavio Briatore's been hired to do. So let's wait and see.
That long-term element is key. If you were going to ask, if Sainz was signing for a team,
then maybe make Esteban Ocon crash out and Gasly can win. Who would say no to that?
To drive for the rest of this season, you'd say Alpine, because that car definitely looks better than the Williams and the Sauber now. It would actually do Alpine a favour, because he could step in, replace Ocon, and then they wouldn't have any of these silly little squabbles, because they were at it again, weren't they, Ed?
Yes, there was got a bit of griping. I was quite surprised in the end that when Gasly passed Ocon on the outside at turn 4, there wasn't any contact, but actually that was nice and clean. But yeah, there was a little bit of irritation. Gasly was giving Ocon the hurry up when he couldn't get past Alonso for a bit, and then they had a few close calls at turn 3 in particular. But yeah, encouraging for Alpine. But it seems, Scott, can you give us the very quick update on Sainz's future? Because you did a good story about how Alpine figures in this.
Oh, he will probably go to Williams if... oh, wait. Should I continue? Oh, I know what I should do. I would do like this. So... No. Wait. Yeah, I should place it in the other way. That way. But the sign will still be here. Snooper. Snooper white. Snooper white. Snooper red. Yep, Snooper red. But yeah, Aidan joins Williams. Color Science 100% joins Williams. Aidan doesn't joins Williams. He will go to Audi. And most likely will not go to Alpine.
That's worth briefly touching on.
Yeah, so basically, a few weeks ago, Sainz's choice had basically boiled down to Audi or Williams. They still were in dialogue with the likes of Alpine, but that weren't really a serious contender. As Mark alluded to, Briatore's come in. He's sort of shaking things up a little bit. One of the things that Renault is considering, as much as they don't want to confront this publicly, is what to do about an engine. Do they continue with their works program or not, or do they try and go for a Mercedes customer deal? I think Briatore has floated to the Sainz's. I know someone has. That Mercedes deal might be possible. Sainz has now put pause on making a decision because it looked like he was on the brink of signing for Williams. That has sort of frozen things on the Sainz side again. And now Williams is sort of thinking, okay, well, maybe we need to progress with our alternatives. I think Audi are still sort of hanging around to see what Sainz will do. So, yeah, there'll be a video on the race's YouTube channel this week, sort of diving into that.
I already seen it. Yeah, was it good? Probably not. I mean, this was the race. So... not much to say.
In more detail, or as you said, Ed, there was a story that went up on the race website on Saturday that people could look for. The headline, if you just Google something along the lines of Mercedes Alpine prospect now key to Sainz's F1 2025 choice. Something along those combination of keywords will find you the article you're looking for.
And a very good article and story it was. Two of the other teams, I think Aston Martin and Williams, you can just listen to what we said after the last race in Spain for their struggles. Sauber a little bit worse, but still going nowhere. So there's not much to talk about on those. Those were the teams down at the back. And yeah, Alonso clobbering Joe was quite clumsy from him, so he's been fairly lacklustre of late. But yeah, need to see some progress from some of those teams for them to be more of a factor and warrant talking about a little bit more.
Yeah, true, but I mean, isn't that perfect? The stake name they have, a gambling team, and it just show how much gambling will actually lose you money. Isn't that the perfect sponsor to have done? You're bad, and you're showing off how bad gambling is. Like the team and the stake stuff is made for each other. Come on, I want to see spotty orange, nothing else. Come on, spotty orange. Oh, there we have it. Orange, red. Nice. And now I should do a screenshot with the fish name. We need... Do we have a spotty orange? Spotty orange for the collection. We have a spotty green. Yeah, we have spotty orange. So we need 2 more. And then this is done. I was about to say the last one. No, we have all this left to go through. Six more, and then we need to make sure every fish isn't a copy.
On our post-race podcasts.
White, brown.
Well, as per tradition, the final part of the podcast is dedicated to questions from the Race Members Club. For more on how to become part of the Race Members Club and all the benefits of doing so, which includes question asking privileges on this very podcast, click the link in the episode description or search for us on patreon.com.
I will not.
Mark, first question from Gavin Cameron. Why was Max so slow after the last scheduled stop? It was a slow stop, but the car seemed to...
Oh, will they finally fucking mention he had used medium tires? Lando Norris had new medium tires. Red Bull was planning to have the hard tires. Leclerc made some talk about how bad they are. Red Bull might have listened to him and said, yeah, fuck the hard tires. Let's go for medium, used medium. Let's see, will they say anything about that?
To change after that?
It was on used medium tyres.
Fine. Man, it took 37 minutes for someone actually mention the tires Max Verstappen was using was used. Nothing was said in the Norris Max Verstappen clash. Or, man. 37-44 seconds it took for them to even mention that. Oh, by the way, the tires Max Verstappen was on, they were used. LOL. Fuck me.
Compared to Lando's new medium tyres, that's worth about
maybe you should have mentioned that fucking 30 minutes ago. Fucking
a tenth of a second per lap. And they came up to temperature faster, and that got them into DRS range. And as soon as you're in the DRS range,
and maybe went over the white lines somewhat also, because it was never no talk about Lando Norris being over the white line. And then when the first time was talking about it, it already been the last time, and now it's time for penalty. It's like, okay, the fuck have Lando Norris been doing?
range, he was, he couldn't escape. So yeah, partly tyre, partly DRS, partly tyre warm-up characteristics. I don't think it was slow.
The lock-up, bad pit stop. A lot of stuff happened.
In that set of circumstances, it wasn't able to stretch its legs.
And that lock up on the outlap wouldn't have helped either on the way into T4. That was
true.
He was lucky to keep it out the gravel, to be honest. But you could see there was a good slow-mo shot of it shortly afterwards. A little bit of damage on that right front tyre.
I mean, all the fucking shit they gave Max Verstappen on that, how he can't apparently drive under stress, and it's like, man, so much team fucked him before the fight even began. And you blame Max Verstappen to talking shit about the team when the team made all these mistakes. I mean, if Mercedes drew a puncture on Lewis Hamilton's tires and he's can't drive the car, are you blaming Lewis Hamilton complaining that the team made the puncture? Or should they just act more nicely to the team?
So that probably, it looked like Verstappen was really struggling with the rotation of the car in the final stint. So it might have been a factor. All these little things add up.
One from Jasper Pendlebury for you, Scott. Question on the...
So, couldn't you be more understandable why Max Verstappen may complain by the team when you know all this stuff? Nothing was said when you were talking about Max Verstappen complaining about the team. That how they put on used tires when they maybe should have been on the hard tires. Someone biased against driver from the Netherlands.
Stewarding. How were they so comfortable sitting on their hands when Norris got close to Verstappen? Max was clearly moving reactively under braking, and the black and white flag was nowhere to be seen. And when it finally came to tears because Max kept going unpunished, he was handed an inconsequential slap on the wrist. What's going on in race control? Am I just being partisan? And is it time for the drive-through to make a return? And on a related note, Luke Kelly asks, what is the line between hard racing and legal defending manoeuvres? Very broad question there, but the quick version, I guess.
Yeah. The second point I answer very quickly with base that broadly gets brought down to like, do you make another change of direction? Do you make more than one change of direction anywhere? That's a no-no, and also moving in the braking zone is a no-no. And obviously, if you clatter into somebody, then that's probably taking things a bit too far. As for the first part of the question, I think it's because the first two, while I thought it was pretty clear that Verstappen was moving under braking, he says he wasn't. He claims he was doing the movements before he was braking, which if that's the case, then he is braking extremely late into turn 3.
I mean, can't he do that? He just turn and then brakes.
I think it just wasn't clear cut enough for them, and there isn't. Okay, you've got that black and white flag, but again, if they don't, in that situation, I think you either think he's doing something wrong or you don't. So
he didn't do anything wrong.
My suspicion is if they hadn't come to blows in the way that they did, that move at the top of the hill at turn 3 would have been a black and white flag. That would have been a proper. This is the only warning you're going to get. So I suspect it's as simple as that. I think they do try and let hard racing go, and as I said, there's certain ways to judge it. Not sure they completely got it right here, but I think we're at least a step removed from 2021. Where I feel like we sacrificed all elements of hard but fair and let them race in the pursuit of just pure entertainment, and it was a little bit anything goes back in 21. I don't think we're there anymore.
Question.
Okay, let's see how many fishes will we go minus. Should be 22. 18, 20, 22, 24, minus 2, 22. Nice. I thought it would be so much more. I mean, at the beginning, I felt like all the batties, blockfish, briny, clayfish, they would just want. But then the S fishes, the snooper, spotty, stripey, sunshake, they just saved me. Oh, fuck me. And now time for the fun stuff. It's look at the. Let's see how many. They can keep going with the fucking talking when I'm making sure I'm not made a mistake.
Question I'll take from Steve D. Red Bull were keen to avoid going too hard on Lando Norris in post-race comments, almost the same as their non-committal answers about Checo's performance. Their line was, "That's racing." Is this because they know Max was at fault for the incident deep down, or was it down to their long-term interest in...
Or they just... Why blame anyone when you can just say nothing and just go on? Then you don't make any target. Is it the perfect way? You don't blame Norris. You don't blame Max Verstappen. You say, hey, something happened. We're not happy with that. And then you just move on.
In Lando, or both. No, they are interested in Lando Norris in the longer term, but no, I don't think it was anything to do with that. I think it was just they knew they were probably banged to rights on the collision, so they just, as Scott said earlier, trotted out the "that's racing" line, which I think was probably the sensible move. Mark, a question from Ollie Emerson, who says, despite the large tyre deg, there seemed to be a surprising, for me anyway, lack of undercuts. Any thoughts on why?
I think the gaps were just too big, weren't they? Certainly at the front. We had, Max pulled comfortably away from Norris pulled comfortably away from George pulled comfortably away from Carlos Sainz. Lewis was falling back from Carlos Sainz. I just think that the way that it fell, the gaps just weren't there. The undercut only works if the gap's small, you know, so it was just that. I think there was quite a big step in between each car.
And the next question for you, Scott, from Andrew Heyer. Can Russell make his way into the title fight this year? And if
No.
not, is he ready to try next year?
Oh, wait.
Heyer. Can Russell make his way into...
Oh, yeah, I heard right. The Copion. Fuck. Russell. The fuck? What? What do we have? Results. What the fuck do we have? Drive standings. Russell. That's a fucking behind Sergio Perez. You for real? He's even behind Oscar Piastri. Alone, maybe that's less a shock. Being behind Sergio Perez, that's a big shock. The fuck is Oscar Piastri doing? He's behind Sergio Perez. What? I believe more Charles Leclerc is in the fight more than George Russell. And he's in a Ferrari that are somewhere. But Russell? Man, I can't hear that right.
Each car start, I think there was...
Scott, from Andrew Heyer. Can Russell make his way into the title
They say fucking Russell. Who fucking believes that?
fight this year? And if not, is he ready to try next year?
I don't think so.
Yeah, fucking true.
I don't think the car's going to be quick enough. I think you could have argued if this race had gone different, if Norris had won and gained a bunch of points on Verstappen, Norris is the driver you're probably looking at as the most likely to force.
Yeah. Let's see. Max Verstappen. Plus 25. He will be 70, 81. Man, they're really far away still. I'm fucking Russell. Is apparently that.
His way into contention. I just think the Mercedes is coming from too far back.
They are.
Is boding quite well for 25? I think there's probably
not. I mean, I don't know if I want Mercedes to be good 2025 or if I still want them to be bad. I mean, one thing you can say, if they're better than Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton will be in worse car behind Mercedes that are now better than them. And that will be something funny that Russell still wins races in Mercedes and in a Ferrari Lewis Hamilton still doesn't win any races.
More than one team now thinking actually we might be able to be in a good place for 25 now, but for 24 I think McLaren's the only one that's sort of looking consistently enough of a threat to do something like that. And obviously the perverse outcome of today is even though Verstappen's the one that got a penalty for the incident with Norris, Verstappen actually extended his championship lead. So
he did.
I fear this is only going one way, and Russell won't be the person to gate crash it if anyone tries to.
Yeah, I think it's 127 points behind as well, so that's pretty insurmountable. A question I'll take now from Andreas Hjalmarsson, who says, how good was Nico Hülkenberg's race? 6 in a Haas, clearly my driver of the day. Please discuss.
Nico Hülkenberg is doing such a great job. And it's depressing because he make Haas looking good. When Haas should be wherever Kevin Magnussen is. Out of points most of the time. So hopefully Haas will become worse when Nico Hülkenberg is leaving the team. Only person that... I mean, that will be funny. If Oliver Behrman... Oh shit, Oliver Behrman and Esteban Ocon. Okay, if Kevin Magnussen would have been still in Haas, then it would be funny if Oliver Behrman would get more points than Kevin Magnussen. But with Esteban Ocon, he will probably get more points. So, but I will not be up there like Hülkenberg is showing off.
Discuss. We've mentioned it briefly, but a few things that were particularly good about Hülkenberg. As we referenced, holding off Perez, did very well there. he had to manage the tyres sensibly and deploy the pace over the stint sensibly, because they made a fairly early pit stop to go onto the hards as well, so that was significant. There was a little bit of aggro between him and Magnussen in terms of who was doing managing and who wasn't, but they sorted that out, so that was very good. And yeah, I just think Hulkenberg's been driving really, really well this season, and it's good to get a big result. He's had something like 5 11th places, and some of those have been really, really good drives, but just in a car that wasn't there. But the Haas was very strong this weekend, so yeah, good work from him. Mark, a question from Nick, who says, could Lando Norris have taken the fight to Max in the sprint if he hadn't lost out to Oscar Piastri? He seemed the faster McLaren.
I think he probably was marginally the faster McLaren, but no,
Probably
I don't think
not.
he had the pace to hang on to the Red Bull. The further on it went, the stronger the Red Bull looked, actually, which is the reverse pattern of what we've seen in recent races, where the McLaren was better late in the stint, and was again actually in the Grand Prix. But I think in the sprint, no, it wasn't. I think Lando was hanging on to it because of the DRS, and as soon as they started fighting, that was
Brown.
That was Max's opportunity to get out of that DRS range and show the real pace.
A question for you now, Scott, from Jack Aitken. I love the idea of the Red Bull Ring's new gravel strips, but my hope was that they'd eliminate the need for lap deletions. What are the thoughts on their success? And Villeneuve?
I mean, is this a success? Was it just Norris, maybe one more, got deleted? Nothing more?
Nakari asks, what's the meaning of gravel traps if track limits are still an issue even with them?
So I really liked...
Oh man, the fuck you mean? You can still, with the gravel, you can still drive outside the line and be in the gravel, and the lap will be deleted.
The solution that they came up with for 9 and 10, I don't think it's perfect. It's not the kind of thing that would work at every single track, because different track layouts require kind of different solutions realistically. The bit that I thought was slightly strange here was that the idea behind 9 and 10 was that it was physically impossible to go beyond the white line and then stay on the track. So it was irrelevant. You couldn't...
It should be stop losing, because you're already on the gravel losing time. Exactly. It doesn't really matter.
Where that didn't apply was turn 6 and the Piastri controversy, because as Piastri proved, you could dip a wheel on the gravel there and go faster. But that's because they hadn't done that specifically for this event. And unlike 9 and 10, it turns out you can just about fit an F1
So you just
car.
need to move the white line a little bit.
Yeah, or the gravel trap slightly closer. That would be a really good solution. I'd be very happy with that.
Ideally, you'd want it so that it's self-releasing. As soon as you dip the wheel in the gravel, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. And if you get to that point, then you keep the white line rule, because then it applies to all the corners that doesn't have gravel. But then you wouldn't have the controversy in these corners, because once they're in the gravel, they're slow anyway, so it doesn't matter that the lap time gets deleted.
And related to that, a question from Stuart Coulter I'll take. The mini gravel traps at turn 9 and 10 appear to do a great job of reducing the number of track limits offences during the weekend. Will we see these being introduced to other circuits? A simple answer and a complicated answer. We should see them introduced to other circuits. I can think of a number of corners where they could be very valuable. Will we see them? I think it's going to depend on cost, because they might be small, but they do cost a bit to put in. And of course, there's the need sometimes to take them out again. I saw Simon Patterson, our esteemed MotoGP correspondent, tweeting that they'll have to take them out for MotoGP at the Red Bull Ring. So it'll come down to cost, but I think these are a really good idea and we should see them elsewhere. Mark, a question from Lachlan Cowan, who says, how good was Oscar Piastri's drive, and was a win really on the cards?
It was good, and had he not had the qualifying penalty, he arguably would have won. I think if it's...
Man, that would be so amazing. After the crash, Oscar Piastri gets a win. But nope,
started from
Russell got the
P3,
win.
where he qualified. He would presumably have been somewhere around being first in line to bet.
Oh shit, the Cobb Cyan. Go away. Cobb Cyan. Jag säger lite Cyan. Cobb Cyan. Wasn't the cop sign here? Cop sign blue. Okay. Yeah, it should be. Cop cyan. Blue, white, brown, red, magenta, yellow, light grey, purple, green, light blue, black. Cop sign red. Yep, sign red. What was that? Glitter yellow. Okay, yeah. I remember. We look at that. Go away, go away. Cop pink. Cop pink black. Yeah, let's continue.
Benefit from the
4 minutes more.
Verstappen Norris incident. So yeah, very good. He had to really put the work in and made good passes on Hamilton, Sainz, and yeah, he was quick, and he stayed out of trouble, but was quick. And I think that was a very good platform. Generally, his performance this weekend is a very good platform after his difficulties in Barcelona.
Scott, a question for you from Mark Watts. Was the Williams mass recruitment announcement a last-minute event, as they were expecting to unveil Sainz for 2025?
Or they are waiting for Silverstone, and then they can properly celebrate all the new people. Man, I looked this so fast, I didn't... Yeah, blue-brown. And then I can celebrate all the new people. Spotty white.
Public move to convince him to sign, since they were expecting him to have done so by now, or both.
There is a chance that the timing of it was to help with the argument, but this announcement itself hasn't been created just to further some Sainz pitch. If you remember at the Miami Grand Prix, James Vowles was in the Friday press conference there, and he actually said in his pitch, I think it might have been in the context of Adrian Newey. It might have been in another answer, but I'm sure it was in that. He actually did say there that they've made lots of technical hires and they're hoping that they'll be able to announce them soon. So that was, 7 weeks ago? Something like that. Mm-hmm. So Williams have been not sitting on the announcement, but they've been preparing to announce something like this for a long time. Whether it was a complete coincidence, I don't really believe in those in Formula One. It might have been that they thought, actually, now's the time to do it because we're trying to make this Sainz pitch. And obviously there is this Alpine Mercedes thing brewing, which makes Vowles and Williams a bit wary that they might miss out on Sainz. But no, I think that was more just reflecting and emphasising the work that they're doing off track, because obviously it has all, this is the other reason for it, I suspect, timing wise. It's been a bit crap on track recently, so a nice reminder to the world that they are trying to move things in the right direction.
And also the James Vowles.
We are done with the looking if I made a mistake, and like always, I have not made a mistake, and this is so fucking boring to go through every fish, but it's needed because you don't want to waste 1 hour extra or maybe more to just find a fish that you once had but you mistakenly removed it. Okay, it's 18 20, 22, 24, minus 2, 22. Minus 2022. Yeah, that was a good year with Red Bull and Ferrari. Minus 22. 18. 56. Minus 22. So we have 1,856 fishes in the collection. Yes, we should. And now we should go. Yeah, the race can finish. Whatever they have to say.
Wales Revolution. He stepped through the door in February, late February last year, wasn't it? And so a bit of a.
But I really hope Andrew New joins Williams and bring Williams back, so they fight in like McLaren do now. That will be fun.
Working things out, then you start pushing on recruits, and quite often 12-month lead times before you get them through, so it's perhaps no surprise that you're starting to see people come through the door at this sort of time. And the final question is from Sean Murphy that I'll take. Looking at Norris's final track limits violation at turn 3, which earned in the...
Yeah, the free codes really scared me. I was thinking like, oh no, don't say all the fishes is deleted and normal fishes is starting to spawn in this area. But it could just be free code fishes I myself have placed them there. Man, that's a one way to scare yourself hard.
The penalty. Do you think penalties should be disregarded for track limits violations which are as a result of a mistake from which the driver doesn't obtain an advantage, e.g. lockups, etc.? I think, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it for that particular thing, certainly not after a collision or something. You can also say, though, that you're already on a black and white flag, so you should be careful, but the real solution is make track limits natural, and it's not an issue. You don't have to do these penalties. That's the real answer. So, yeah, I think I'd agree. Ideally, they should be avoided. That's the easy way to do it. Well, thanks very much, Scott and Mark, for your insight. Head to therace.com. Loads to read there. Or other podcasts like Bring Back V10s are well worth listening to. And also have a look at our YouTube channel. Lots of videos. Scott referred to one he's got in the works for later in the week. Well, it's
that must be that one we will soon see. Max Verstappen and Norris stuff.
Header. So stay with us for everything you need to know from the British Grand Prix.
Yeah, I can actually go and look at that now. It's why Max Verstappen can't keep covering Red Bull's cracks. Oh, it's maybe not the stuff against Lando Norris and Max Verstappen. What do we have? Oh no, we have the F1 Nation. Oh, that will be so painful. Oh my god. No, don't. No. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, F1 Nation. Then we have P1, our F1 driver rating for the 2024 Austrian Grand Prix. And then the stuff I mentioned, why Max Verstappen can't keep covering. But F1 Nation, it will be the last clip I will be watching. So why not continue with the let's continue with the race. But before that, we will place all the fishes down in the aquarium. We have one Betty green live, Betty black purple, Betty green pink, blockfish white red, blockfish grey green, yeah, grey green, briny magenta purple. That's so annoying seeing fishes like that. You think like, oh, a full 100% magenta, 100% purple, and then no. They are two colors, not one color. Briny pink, grey. Clayfish magenta light blue. Clayfish magenta green. Clayfish blue red. Dasher green light grey. Yeah, and sometimes the fish show another fish before they actually show the right fish, because man, that was pink and light blue, not grey and green. Dasher red light grey, like that. White and black or grey become red, a smaller fish with red and grey. dash of brown white. Yeah, that was the cyan pink, and now white brown. Floppy gray yellow. I think I saw green. Floppy cyan purple. Black and white become cyan and purple. Yeah, now we can look what the race have to say.
Rexona.
After the ads. Nice. And back to collecting fishes for the collection. And then, well, hopefully sometime after the live stream, some videos about Silverstone will come up. And maybe some news, who knows? Maybe news. Okay, now ads are done and we can see why Max Verstappen can't keep covering Red Bull cracks. Let's see what the fuck the race have to say. Probably nothing. Oh, we need to...
When Max Verstappen warned that if he has to drive at 101% every time, it will go wrong one day, it couldn't.
Audi. No, Audi. The fuck do you say? It's the sound. The audio. Nah, the Audi name is so much better because they will be from no one.
Have proved more prescient. He said that after qualifying for the Spanish Grand Prix, and that's because of how hard he was having to push to extract the maximum performance from the Red Bull RB20 under increasing pressure from his rivals. It proved eerily prophetic, as just 8 days later he was unquestionably driving at 101%, if not more, in his unsuccessful attempt to hang on to the lead in the Austrian Grand Prix. That resulted in the collision he caused while battling with McLaren driver Lando Norris, the moment the cracks in Red Bull's performances that he has been covering up were brutally exposed. After the race...
Oh, will it be talk about the bad pit stop and the used medium tires that they put him on?
Verstappen criticised the team's poor execution. While he was on course for a comfortable victory until a slow pit stop, timed at 6.59 seconds, meant he dropped into Norris's clutches, he was not happy even before that. He felt his first stint was too long, meaning he gave away free lap time in traffic. Then the struggle to get the left rear wheel off at his final pit stop sent him out with Norris right behind, leading to a lock-up as he pushed to stay ahead on his outlap, then the ill-fated battle that meant he finished only 5th. Now, Verstappen wasn't blameless in this, as his overly aggressive defence caused the collision. But how the Austrian Grand Prix unravelled proved that the cracks appearing in Red Bull's F1 supremacy...
Cracks? Wow. Okay. That must be the smallest cracks I've ever seen. I mean, I look at Mercedes. The whole house is full with cracks. So, yeah, I wouldn't say this is a big deal. That in one race they put Max Verstappen on with bad tires than what they maybe should have done. But okay,
have been papered over for some time. It's hardly a disaster, as Verstappen is still on track to win the World Championship and has won 7 of the last 11 races, 10 out of 14 if you include sprints. But the fact is, Red Bull has been prevailing by the skin of its teeth too often, save by a combination of Verstappen's brilliance and, Austria aside, Red Bull's relentlessly good execution trackside, running a car that no longer always has a pace advantage. Make no mistake, Red Bull is under serious pressure, and its star driver is making a difference. It's easy.
Okay, they are under pressure. That doesn't mean the team have cracks. I mean, that's a weird conclusion, but sure.
Easy to dismiss that as hyperbole. After all, on paper, Red Bull and Verstappen are still winning often enough. But Andrea Stella, McLaren team principal, argues that the one constant at the front, even when teams are closely matched, is Max Verstappen. You only have to look at the evidence of the past 6 races to back up Stella's point. Norris won for McLaren in Miami, albeit with the assistance of the safety car and Verstappen picking up damage. At Imola, Norris pushed Verstappen to the checkered flag. At Monaco, winning was beyond even Verstappen thanks to the car's poor ride, while in Canada, Mercedes had the fastest car in dry conditions and Norris lost the lead when McLaren missed the chance to bring him in under the safety car. Spain was a repeat of Imola, with Norris chasing down Verstappen in the final stint. In Austria, Norris could have won the sprint had he covered the inside line at turn 4 after overtaking Verstappen. And while Verstappen
could have won, I mean, he could have won. He most likely wouldn't have won.
Verstappen could have taken a relatively straightforward victory in the Austrian Grand Prix, the fact is he didn't. What's worrying for Red Bull is that it could easily have been beaten in every single one of the last 6 Grand Prix rather than winning.
Yes, but I didn't. So is that the crack? Or the cracks that are building up? That even when they shouldn't win, they still win. Man, that's sounds like horrible cracks to me.
Half of them. The car itself is still seriously quick, but every last iota of performance needs to be got out of it in order to win against increasingly strong opposition. As Verstappen says, the key is feeling good in the car and working closely with the team to extract everything from it. And that's desperately needed. Sergio Perez's recent drop-off in form throws into stark relief just how much more difficult things have become for Red Bull. Red Bull is still in control, but as Verstappen says, this run of races before the August break is key to Red Bull seeing where it really stands. And while Verstappen can be relied upon to leave nothing on the table, it could paint a worrying picture for Red Bull, not just for the rest of this season.
Man, if this is worrying and painfully, what the fuck are they saying? The fuck do you think about Mercedes then? That house is like, it's almost collapsing. And you don't want to be that house. But somehow you don't want to be in Mercedes.
But even more importantly, for 2025. So how has Red Bull gone from having a car that won 21 out of 22?
Yeah, or how did Mercedes go from 2021 to 2022? To 2023 to then 2024.
The Grand Prix last year and dominated the early stages of this season into fighting a rearguard action. To start to answer that, we can look back to Monaco, where the Red Bull struggled badly for ride quality over the bumps and curbs. That even made life difficult for Verstappen, who made a rare mistake when he glanced the wall at the first corner in Q3. The Red Bull has thrived thanks to running with very high lateral stiffness in the rear suspension. That's given it the control it needs of the platform to produce significant downforce when the car gets close to the ground without hitting big bouncing or porpoising problems. The suspension concept has been there since 2022, designed by Adrian Newey, and it wasn't much of a problem for a long time. That's because Red Bull could raise the ride height to a safer level to ease the savage ride, give away some downforce and therefore performance, but still be ahead because rivals were so far behind. Making that bigger compromise wasn't possible in Monaco this year, where the quickest lap time could be achieved only if the driver lived with the harsh ride, and an easier compromise would have left it even further down the field. That was a nightmare for Perez and even caught out Verstappen on a weekend where Ferrari was on top. But while Monaco is an outlier in terms of track configuration, the weakness it laid bare has been exposed elsewhere. Canada and Imola, for example, require aggressive curb riding. And even when Red Bull returned to more conventional territory in Barcelona, it was under pressure because rivals, notably McLaren, have closed the gap. As these rules have matured, and teams have worked harder to get the cars to run low consistently to generate downforce, it has become more and more a battle of doing so while achieving a good balance for a wide range of corner speeds. Red Bull can no longer make compromises, given that what was once a big downforce advantage has been cut back. And with every team battling for the optimum compromise between fast and slow corners, Red Bull is potentially struggling more than some of its rivals, in particular McLaren, which has a car that is a good all-rounder and, as Verstappen puts it, is very solid. And the push to extract more from the Red Bull has made life difficult. As Verstappen admits, there have been some messy weekends, and the team cannot afford those. Red Bull is pushing to improve its car in terms of tackling the ride weakness, but it needs to do that without compromising the car's strengths. What's clear is that it's a car that's perhaps a little trickier to get the best out of than that of McLaren. Hence, at a track like the Red Bull Ring, where there's a reasonable range of corner speeds but not as extreme as in Barcelona, Red Bull can have a...
If the medium tires wasn't placed on the car, Max Verstappen will probably 100% have won that race.
The advantage. That was showcased in Austria by the step Red Bull made to get the car into the sweet spot between the sprint race and qualifying proper. Verstappen described the car as feeling a lot better and allowing him to really attack the corners. Verstappen could easily have won in Austria thanks to that. While he struggled in the final stint, he was always going to be at a disadvantage thanks to running used mediums compared to Norris's fresh set in the last stint, but that wouldn't have been a problem without the time lost in the pit stop. But given the difficulty of getting the car into the sweet spot at tracks with a wide range of corner speeds and where curb riding and bumps are a big deal, Verstappen is the...
Man, another the race clip that I like nothing. It's like they're taking a point that nobody believes in and make it like a video for 10 minutes and it's like a lot of nothing. Yeah. Why Max Verstappen can't keep covering Red Bull's cracks? Well, it sounds like he could have 100% done it. But if the team start making bad decisions and making bad stuff, of course it will be harder. But what kind of cracks is he hiding? What kind of cracks is Max Verstappen covering up? The smallest cracks you can ever see? Or is the Mercedes cracks that almost is making the house collapsing?
The one thing standing between Red Bull and far more defeats. And to make life more difficult, it's not just on track that Red Bull is under pressure.
Fucking this Josh Verstappen and Helmut Marko. Christian Hornet. I mean, that's... Josh Verstappen should just leave Formula 1 100%. He brings nothing for the team.
The enemy usurped my throne.
And House of the Dragons episode 4 from season 2 will come out after sometime after the race in Silverstone.
We're going to King's Landing.
And hopefully will be some fighting. Have been a lot of... Oh, what do you call it? Build up for something, and hopefully that something will soon happen. Probably not, but hopefully it will.
This senseless war will end.
Shall not us prevail.
Not like this.
Oh shit. Wonder if the music will... we will see. What will the copyright stuff say about this trailer and music and stuff?
Just nu på Elgiganten på
Fuck me. Okay.
den stora superduper
6
rean.
seconds.
Pangpriser utlovas.
One more fish for the collection.
The public feud between team principal Christian Horner and Jos Verstappen...
I mean, this feud is the biggest joke ever. Anything Jos Verstappen says, just look at how he reacted after Perez won in Monaco, after Max Verstappen didn't win in Monaco. All the stuff happened after that. And apparently Jos Verstappen and Carlos Sainz dad did have a lot of problems. So it's like Jos Verstappen is nothing, not good to be in Formula 1. He brings only bad stuff.
Max's father has been a disruptive subplot for Red Bull this season.
Wow. Sounds like Jos Verstappen will always been that.
And it erupted again during the Austrian Grand Prix weekend.
For some reason.
The war between the two had cooled lately, at least in public. When Horner was under intense pressure early in the season amid the fallout from Red Bull dismissing a serious complaint against him, Jos warned of the risk of the team being torn apart because of it. That's far from the only
Yeah, and did it happen? Nope.
barb Jos has aimed at Horner. He did not participate in the Legends Parade held on Sunday in Austria behind the wheel of a 2012 Red Bull RB8 as planned, with his place taken by former Red Bull Junior and ex-Minardi driver Patrick Friesacker. Verstappen told Dutch newspaper De Telegraaf that he had dropped out because he had heard Horner had moved to prevent him from participating.
Yeah, and because Jos Verstappen heard that, he's starting to cry. And said, because of that, I don't want to drive. After I said I wanted to drive.
Participating. He said he's completely done with Horner and confirmed he could
Oh, please, be done and leave Formula 1.
have driven, but pulled out. For his part, Horner denied vetoing Joss's participation, but of course that doesn't necessarily rule out Horner having been involved, as rumoured, in making sure Red Bull didn't film when he was on track. As Joss alluded to, this is kindergarten stuff, but it's significant.
Kindergarten, yeah. Just Verstappen makes it to a kindergarten, while everyone else is outside the kindergarten.
For two reasons. Firstly, Joss and Max are a very close unit, along with manager Raymond Vermeulen. As Max said earlier this year, it's me, my dad and Raymond all together. And while he was careful not to take sides in the ongoing row, he did say it would be weird for him to be on a different side to his father. Verstappen also said in Austria...
Will it really be that weird? I mean, how much do you need your father anymore? Sounds like he's more in the way than he's helping, so... you can probably... make him leave.
That he understood why Joss felt the way he did about the Legends demo, sending a message by saying the scenario could have been avoided. Secondly, it's clear that there is deep-rooted animosity between Joss and Horner that goes far beyond racing matters. That's the only thing that explains the pettiness of the situation. And it's clear Joss is keen on Max moving elsewhere, perhaps to Mercedes, if Horner stays in position. That's why Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff takes every opportunity to stir the pot. He hasn't completely given up hope of luring Verstappen to the team in 2025, if not 2026, when Mercedes is optimistic of engine supremacy. Verstappen is contracted to Red Bull and said over the Austrian Grand Prix weekend that he will be there next year, but he needed some cajoling.
Like, is Antonelli the next Mercedes drive? Why am I driving? I feel like I'm swimming so fucking slow. It's so weird. I'm like, is Antonelli the next Mercedes driver, or is Max Verstappen that?
Through several questions before he said that emphatically. Horner's tried to shrug off Wolff's public comments about wanting Verstappen as rooted in trying to divert attention from Lewis Hamilton's decision to leave for Ferrari, calling it a distraction tactic. And while his joke that if Wolff wants a Verstappen for 2025, Joss might be available was a good one, this is a situation that cannot entirely be made light of. There's a deep-rooted enmity there, and petty and tedious as arguments about demo runs and the like may seem, they are significant. And with it becoming increasingly stressful on track, this all adds to the building tension.
No.
So how long can Verstappen's brilliance keep Red Bull on top? Well, potentially for a very long time. He is in a strong position in the driver's...
That's why. Man, I felt really how fucking slow I was, and man, Death Strider makes a huge difference now.
Championship, and Red Bull is in control of the constructors' battle. However, brilliant as Verstappen is, he cannot change the laws of physics. This defines how quick the car is, and if others are able to make further gains, then he will be lumbered with a disadvantage that is impossible to make up for. Hence the 101% comment, and that's why he's calling on Red Bull to make progress with the car. But don't underestimate Red Bull. When Horner was asked in Austria if he still had the fastest car, he responded that he still has the best team in F1, stressing the combination of car, drivers, engineers, strategists and everyone behind the scenes.
True.
Austria aside, he has a point. But as the chasing pack closes in, that only gets you so far. And while that still gives Red Bull an edge when it has a pace advantage or even parity, if it slips behind as the development war continues, then that won't...
Like Mercedes have already done. Yeah, the big cracks at the Red Bull.
...be enough. Verstappen knows it, which is why he's pushing for things
I
to...
really hope this season is soon over. And then 2025 start and Red Bull is still up there, and then every fucking retard thinks Red Bull is done and Max is leaving Red Bull and all this stuff that have been said in 2024 will just go out the window. Nothing happened.
...improve. Mercedes knows it, which is why Wolff continues to make noise.
Mercedes, yeah. Make a good car before you're trying to make Max Verstappen want to join you. Maybe you should.
This is about the possibility of Verstappen joining, and most of all, Red Bull knows it. If Red Bull is outdeveloped by rivals, then that will not only mean it will...
Yeah, rivals. McLaren, or will Mercedes be up there? Probably not.
...struggle to keep up its current success rate, but also that the fanciful talk of Verstappen leaving, at least by 2026, could become more realistic. The Austrian Grand Prix, with Red Bull making unusual mistakes and Verstappen proving to be the architect of his own downfall, showed that he can't keep papering over the cracks indefinitely.
Oh, this video was so fucking bad, like always. Why is Race so bad at doing videos? so much nothing. The fucking cracks is... You can't see them. You need a microscope to see these fucking cracks. Maybe you should look at Mercedes cracks. The hose is falling apart. Lewis Hamilton is leaving. What will happen after that? Will a building demolition arrive and just blow everything up because Lewis Hamilton is still not there? Man, holy shit. That was a video that the race made, like always. How they always make a video. Oh, it's so painful. And we are still F1 Nation still listening to. At least we have something somewhat good to listen to. P1. Okay. Before we can listen to P1, we need to wait for some ads. But for real, the cracks Red Bull have, I mean the only big crack I would say Red Bull have is fucking just Verstappen. As soon as he leaves, the cracks will just disappear. And Red Bull will be a team without cracks. Holy shit. Or we can say, if Jos Verstappen still want to be part of the Red Bull team, do he like to be in the kindergarten that he is complaining so much about? Because if you don't like something, why are you still in it? Just leave. Oh, Christian Horner make it such a bigger kindergarten talk. Okay, but you're still in it. You're still not left. Is it that really weird? That you're still part of Red Bull if you don't like being part of Red Bull? I'm gonna be part of Mercedes. They will probably wanna have you. Okay, it's time for P1, our F1 driver ratings for the 2024 Austrian Grand Prix. Fucking almost saying Australia. Yeah, let's see what the ratings are.
Our Austrian Grand Prix F1 driver ratings.
It will be interesting to see what Max Verstappen will get for points. Maybe what Perez will get for points. Maybe even Charles Leclerc. The Ferrari Charles Leclerc fan. What will he give Ferrari / Charles Leclerc?
Hello everybody and welcome back to the P1 podcast with Matt and Tommy. It's Austrian Grand Prix driver ratings. That's right. A completely and utterly non-controversial, non-entertaining race. No confusing sprint weekends to go through. Just straight down the line 10s for everyone today, right Tommy?
Yeah, Max Verstappen 100% of 10.
Absolutely, it's not made it difficult at all, but it has made there plenty to talk about, especially in our US tour as well. Ooh, segue.
Oh, what a segue!
No, I don't want to hear anything about this washed stuff to be
The driver
listened to.
ratings then, shall we? And begin with Kevin Magnussen.
Oh, he got points. 7.
Sprint qualified 11th, finished the sprint in 9th, and then qualified 12th and finished 8th. I'm going to give Kevin Magnussen a whopping 9 out of 10. He's had
9.
a great weekend. Of course, we're taking into account a sprinkling of sprint and then the main race, of course. In the sprint, he was best of the rest by a mile. Bloke was just chilling.
Okay, I would say 8. 8 he could get.
Loving life. And
But
then in
9,
the main race as well, finishes 8th. Yes, he didn't beat Nico Hülkenberg, but I'm very impressed. Maybe not so much with the not wanting to work as a team, and that could have ended up similar to Verstappen and Norris or Ocon and Gasly in some senses, but it didn't.
Yeah, I've also gone for a 9 out of 10 for Kevin Magnussen. He's been very good recently, and this was...
good recently. And this will probably be the last time he's good.
Arguably His best weekend so far of the season. Very, very quick. It's a shame he didn't quite put it together in qualifying for the main race, because that's the one where points can be scored. It's always disappointing that, you can have an absolutely brilliant sprint. I go back to, I think, Zhou, maybe last sprint, where you do an absolutely brilliant sprint, but you have nothing to show for it because barely any points.
Or not the butterfish fish. Do I have that? I don't think so. Let's keep it for now. I probably have, but who cares?
Let's get handed out.
Well done, K-Mag, and the fans gave him an 8. Nico Hulkenberg.
That's a 10.
Qualified for the sprint in 17th, finished 19th. Got a 10-second penalty as well, forcing another drive off the track. And then qualified for the main race in 9th and finished 6th.
I have gone.
Okay, a 10.
For a 10 out of 10 for Nico Hulkenberg. And of course, you'll look at that and go, well, you've got to take account into the sprint, and you have, but his race was so good that it doesn't really matter about the sprint, because, like we just said, it's so hard to score points anyway that the midfield are never going to score points. So it's the main race where you have to deliver, and the guy beat a Red Bull.
Had a hole in his side pod, Tommy.
Well,
he had a gaping hole.
We're not talking about Perez
now.
now.
Half of his car was missing, Tommy. Sorry, I just wanted to get that there. Just.
But is that true? I never ruined Sir Perez race a lot.
Put that into the atmosphere before I just see some comments already, because that was, half baked. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a brilliant, brilliant drive. Absolutely fantastic. A drive that shows that someone like Audi have made the absolute right decision, still put faith in someone like Nico Hulkenberg, because he can still deliver.
I have also gone for a 10 out of 10 for Nico Hulkenberg. Yes, the sprint wasn't ideal, but he's absolutely made up for it in the main race. Just, brilliant from both drivers. It's not like he completely and utterly outshone Magnussen. Magnussen wasn't too far behind, but...
The fuck, what? Oh, did I not? No, I didn't never place these fishes down. Oh shit. We need to place them down. Okay, continue.
But Nico beating Perez, doesn't matter necessarily about other exterior factors. He fought tooth and nail on that last lap to make sure that he finished ahead of him. And the fans also gave him a 10 out of 10. Wow. Fans no wheel. Love that. Zhou Guanyu, sprint qualified 20th, finished the sprint in 20th, qualified 20th and finished 17th. God, I said a lot of 20ths, and now I'm like, is a 4 out of 10 fair? I'm going to go for a 4 out of 10, mainly because his teammate didn't do too much better, so I think it was just another weekend of fluorescent green wheelie bins for Sauber, which is such a shame, considering in Spain they actually looked much better, and they sort of reverted back to not being very good again. I'm sure someone will comment saying on lap 47, well, of course, he did have that contact with Alonso, which I've taken into account. That's why I haven't given him a 3 or a 2. He was hit pretty hard, so I'll take that. Perhaps he was suffering a little bit there, but it's still not a great performance. He's not exactly setting himself up for success, is he?
No, he's not. I've also gone for a 4 out of 10. It was just unfortunate. Zhou Guanyu's kind of normal race after a brilliant one in Spain, where it looked like, this is the kind of level he needs to be delivering now, and he's back to being last. Now, he wasn't last by a country mile like sometimes we've seen before in the sessions and things, but it's just not good. But the reason it's a 4 is exactly like you say, that it looked like Stake were just pretty woeful anyway.
They certainly were, and the fans also gave Zhou a 4. We now go to Valtteri Bottas. Sprint qualified 18th, finished the sprint in 18th, qualified 18th, and finished 16th.
It's a 5 out of 10. Another classic Sauber, straight down the middle, not done anything, not bad, not good.
Yeah, That's how Sauber is driving nowadays. They're doing nothing and just be part of the middle crew.
Good.
I'd say they're quite bad.
No, they are bad. I don't think Bottas has been bad, but it's hard to. I don't know about you, but it feels like Alfa Romeo when they were Alfa Romeo, and they've been like this for years. Of just they're never there. They don't even seem to go up and down. They're just existing.
Okay, now it's time to. To make sure I don't place down the wrong fishes, we make sure that I'm placing down the right. See, a blue brown. Do we have Snooper blue brown? We have a Snooper blue brown. Stripy Magnanta. We have a stripy Magnanta? Magnanta white. Yes, we have. Yep, stripy white Magnanta. Let's see if I can see the last fish. Stripy Magnanta white. Black cyan. Do we have a black cyan? Black cyan we have. Okay. I didn't need to look that up, but I did. Fuck, I hate YouTube. That moving the... Yeah, okay, we should... Okay, glitter cyan yellow. Cob cyan red. Cob pink black. Snooper blue brown. Spotty white brown. Stripy Magnanta white. Stripy black cyan. Stripe black cyan. Yeah, that was probably right. I'm not 100% now. I'm guessing. Okay, let's continue.
Like, you never have these like crazy races where they do something. I think we had 1 year maybe at the start where Bottas was doing something quite good at the start of.
Yeah, that was amazing. It was 2022. Alfa Romeo was so good. Alfa Romeo Sauber, whatever they was calling. They were so good that year. And then when Stake F1 team Kick Sauber arrived. Oh wait, was it maybe 2023? No, whatever year it was. This year have they been really bad.
The new regs, but yeah, they're just so anonymous. It's quite embarrassing, really.
You don't face your fears. You ride them.
I'm assuming this is safe.
Oh yeah!
Okay. That's... Fuck off. Why so many ads now?
It's almost like they've given up and they're like, okay, Audi, you can take over the reins now. Enjoy.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
until
maybe it is. They are literally just waiting for that to happen. So.
Yeah, man, that I would say was almost the truth. And the sponsor they took, I mean, Stake and Kick, it felt like they're only just selling out the team to get some money from someone that want to pay them a lot of money for the name and stuff. And then they just waiting to make a good car when Audi finally comes in.
Strange that they're still here though. Maybe they didn't have a buyer until 2026 and that's why they're still just kind of chilling and trying to maintain some kind of market value, and then off they go. The fans gave Bottas a 5 as well. Yuki Tsunoda sprint.
Oh, Yuki Tsunoda. Maybe a 6.
Qualified 14th, finished the sprint in 13th, qualified for the main race in 14th and finished 14th. It's a 5 out of 10 for Yuki Tsunoda. I don't think the RB was necessarily brilliant. They've fallen off a cliff a little bit in these last few races. So I'm just because his teammate did quite well, I'm not going to completely and utterly slander Yuki, but it's just not a great weekend for him. He didn't do a particularly crazy strategy or anything like that. Just
nope.
Yeah, it was off. He even said after the race that the pace was off, and that they'll have to find out why. So that's why I'm going straight down the middle for a 5.
5 out of 10 for me as well.
Snap.
It is another.
Snap.
Yeah, I know.
Snap.
So far, at least.
Let's see if we can get a clean sweep. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, a bit like Bottas, really. In terms of like a performance, he's kind of not completely over-delivered with his car, not completely under-delivered with his car. It's just a bit of a mediocre race for Yuki when his teammate has actually done a very good job.
The fans gave Yuki a 5 as well. Now it's Daniel Ricciardo. Sprint qualified 16th, started the sprint in 14th, main qualifying 11th and finished 9th.
I've gone
7
for an 8 out of 10 for Daniel Ricciardo. Much better drive from him.
Frank also agrees. What are you barking at, Frank? What's going on? No?
Yeah, Daniel Ricciardo, brilliant drive for a P9. Much more what?
Well, it wouldn't be a P9 if oh wait, it will be a P10 if Lando Norris and Max Verstappen still was in the race.
What he needs to do. It kind of, you said this in the race podcast actually, that went really under the radar. Wonder why? What happened in that race to distract us all? I don't know.
A very good drive indeed. Daniel Ricciardo, as Frank goes into another barking fit.
That's a fuck dog.
It's between 2 for me. I'm just like, he's scored points in an RB that's looked horrendous. Am I being a little bit too generous? No, we'll go with an 8. We'll go with an 8 for Daniel Ricciardo.
I would say so.
I think was the most under the radar point scorer of the lot, I think, and I think he definitely needed this as well. It was a bit of a settler for Daniel. So yeah, 8 out of 10 from me, and the fans also gave Daniel an 8. Logan Sargent.
0.
Sprint qualified 15th, finished the sprint in 16th, qualified the main race in 19th, and finished 19th. Oh dear, the weekend started great for old Logie Bear, and then he finished about 25 seconds off the back of anyone, which deserves a 2 out of 10. It's a 2 out of 10 for Logan. A really poor race. I know he got caught up in a bit of contact, I think, with Stroll at turn 3, but my God, I know that his strategy wouldn't have been great because of the fact he had to pit early, but still, nowhere. Absolutely nowhere for pace, where Albon was getting in the mix a bit, you know what I mean? Showing that there is some kind of pace in that Williams. But Logan, once again, a very anonymous, at the back, nowhere near anyone else kind of race. So I can't give him any more than a 2.
Yeah, I've gone for a 3 out of 10 for Logan. It's a shame because, like you say, it started off so well, out qualifying Albon, going, yes, finally. Although he's done it in the sprint again.
And then the race happened.
But then even in the sprint, he was so slow that Albon caught him right at the end. And I think, yeah, Albon started from the pit lane in a sprint and still almost passed Logan. And then in the race, he is just so slow. Like, so slow.
Logan finished over a minute behind his own teammate, so he would have very nearly been lapped by his own teammate.
And did Albon not get penalty? Yeah, he did. So yeah, wow.
Without that penalty, that could have been a lapping. The fans also gave Logan a 2 out of 10. Alex Albon, sprint qualified 19th, but obviously started from the pit lane, finished the sprint in 17th, and then qualified 16th and finished 15th.
I've gone for a 5 out of 10.
6,
for
I
Alex
would
Albon.
say.
Not his best weekend, to say the least. Got a penalty. Looked like he could have maybe got a good result at one point, but I don't think points were ever on for Williams. So 5 out of 10 for Albon.
Yeah, I've gone for a 5 as well, straight down the middle. Of course, he got a 5-second penalty for
6?
crossing the pit entry, but of course, ending up 14th, I think it was. It's not, 15th even. How did he finish 15th? Who had a penalty at the end? Because he crossed the line in 14th. Oh, was he holding that penalty and therefore, yeah, okay, so he had that penalty. And then hadn't served it, and then dropped behind Sonoda. So yeah, it's a 5 out of 10. And the fans also gave Alex a 5. Esteban Ocon, sprint qualified 8th, finished the sprint in 11th, qualified for the main race in 10th and finished 12th. I've gone for a 6 out of 10 for Ocon. Alpine are not bad now, clearly. Like both himself and Gasly are now getting in the mix and getting into Q3, so points are absolutely on the cards, and Ocon didn't manage to...
Man, I thought this race would have been really good for them, and then no, and Haas gets a lot of points.
The score in either of them,
So
despite
annoying.
of course starting the sprint in a points-paying position, and then also in the main race as well. So what could have been? Of course, he was fighting Gasly very hard. That could have ended in tears. Thankfully, it didn't. But still, 6 out of 10, I think, warrants Ocon's performance this weekend.
Yeah, I've gone for a 6 as well. I was umming and ahhing between a 6 and a 7, but I think the fact that they haven't scored points when they could have easily, and you look at people that have scored points like Haas's and Daniel Ricciardo, shows it was absolutely there for Alpine. Ocon qualified very well in both races, it has to be said. So
Oh shit. Let's see, Gasly. Oh, what did they start with? Yeah. Oh, they're about to say the points. Okay, Gasly. 7.
points were definitely on the cards.
Okay, and the fans also gave Ocon a 6. Pierre Gasly.
7 for Gasly. Ocon for 6.
He sprint qualified 9th, finished the sprint in 12th, qualified for the main race in 13th, and
7.
finished 10th.
I've gone for an 8 out of 10 for Pierre Gasly. Great
That's
job to
too
get
good.
points, but then everything.
They should have been higher up than a 8. There wasn't, so 7.
I just said before with Alpine that points were there. It's not a 9 or a 10, even though he scored points, because he has finished behind, Haas's and an RB, and I think on another day with a better performance and a better drive, he might have beaten them. So
I've gone for a 7 out of 10 for Pierre Gasly, purely because I can't give 2-point difference between himself and Ocon. I think it was about a 7-second difference in the end. I don't think it was a absolutely outrageous drive from Gasly to warrant an 8, but still it was a decent enough, scored a point. But I think it was, what could have been, really. They definitely lost a little bit of time when the two teammates decided not to work together. But alas, we move on. 7 out of 10 for Gasly, and the fans gave him an 8. Lance Stroll, sprint qualified 12th.
5.
Finished the sprint in 10th, qualified for the main race in 17th, and finished 13th. It's 5 out of 10 for Lance Stroll.
No! Go away, ad. We don't want you. 20-second ad. Fucking why? So mean. I don't wanna watch this. And more Max. HBO Max ads that I can skip. Nice.
Stroll. Aston Martin are depressing to watch, as we know. I don't think we saw him all that much either for Stroll. I think he had contact, didn't he, as I mentioned earlier, with Logan. I don't think he had damage or anything. It's just that's what the pace is of the Aston Martin. He beats Alonso, and you'd think, wow, 5 out of 10. But I think that's more telling of Alonso's race, if anything. So yes, straight down the middle.
Yep, Lance is another 5 out of 10. It's another driver that has basically delivered. It didn't do great in qualifying in the main race, but Aston have dropped off terribly, and we can see that now with how Alonso's performing as well. So not the best weekend for Stroll, but certainly not as bad.
Well, let's get on to his teammate, Fernando Alonso. Sprint qualified 13th, finished the sprint in 15th, qualified for the main race in 15th, and finished 18th.
I've gone for a 3 out of 10 for Fernando Alonso.
Good.
Oh, yeah, true.
Take that fanboy cape off and really start slapping them about now. Come on.
He's obviously beaten Stroll in qualifying, but he's done that many times. That's like probably the only positive fanboy thing I can say in this whole weekend, because I don't think Aston Martin are able to deliver points now, or maybe they could, like just in like a P10 or something. They've clearly fallen off massively.
Did not try that.
But for Alonso to go steaming into an incident and crash into someone as well, his form has really taken a nosedive recently, and it's painful to see, really.
It certainly is. I've also gone for a 3 out of 10. I'm glad you did, because I thought I might have to explain myself, and I thought a 4 was coming out. But just a really disappointing weekend. Hitting Zhou, getting a 10-second penalty for that. Even if he drives the race of his life, that is a points-ending chance for Alonso after that. But there was no.
And if Aston Martin is continue being this bad 2025, maybe Fernando Alonso will probably still be in Aston Martin, but he will not be driving. And that could make Yuki Tsunoda could still be part of the be joining Aston Martin when the Honda is joining. And that will be maybe, it will be better if Alonso and Yuki Tsunoda could be both in the team. But if they still want to have Stroll in the team, then I'm hoping that Fernando Alonso can make room for Yuki Tsunoda.
No speed. Alonso, 3 out of 10, and the fans gave him a 4. Oscar Piastri, sprint qualified 3rd, finished the sprint in 2nd, qualified 7th, and finished 2nd. It's a 9 out of 10 for Oscar
I would say
Piastri
8.
from me. I'm not even going to judge him too harshly on the qualifying mistake, just purely because I think it's a load of BS. Still, I do feel for him because of the nature of where he lost his lap. I'm not happy with that, and he wasn't either. But overall, a great weekend for Piastri. He fought back through, because of course that put him on the back foot starting 7th, but kept his nose sort of clean, even though he ruined Charles Leclerc's race. Actually, no, 3 out of 10 for Oscar Piastri.
I've also gone for a 9 out of 10 for Oscar Piastri. I was coming and arguing between an 8 and a 9, but I think it's borderline. But yeah, I do agree that the mistake, if you can call it that, it's not really a mistake. It's more misfortune. Brilliant sprint, of course. He, I think, unfairly got some weird criticism for daring to overtake Lando and do a brilliant job when we're all slandering Perez for being nowhere near his teammate. Yes, of course, he inherited the podium in the end, but he was still having a very good race.
Absolutely. The fans gave Oscar a 9 as well. Lando Norris, sprint qualified second.
Here we go.
Finished the sprint in 3rd, qualified second, and did not finish.
I have gone
10
for a 7 out of 10
should be
for Lando
10.
Norris. That is because we'll start with the sprint, and he should have won that sprint.
Should have won.
Finished.
How?
It's a bit harsh. I mean, he didn't really have the pace, but he should have led. I would say. Max drove away.
Yeah, fucking retard Tommy.
Right. Okay. He had DRS on Max Verstappen after overtaking him and finished the race 3rd. I think that's called not maximising your result. And then, while I still am of the view that Max Verstappen is majority and heavy majority to blame for the incident, I think Lando made such hard work of passing Max that I think is the reason that I'm downgrading him to a 7, because he could, and in my opinion should, have come away with 2 at least, not at least, but 2 P1s basically. And I really think that was there for the taking for him. And yes, Max has done some very, very questionable moves, But I just can't.
I mean, it should have been an easy win for Lando Norris.
Can't believe he's just not got past him. And I think it was Max getting in his head. Some of the moves were quite insane, and he was leaving too much space. I think Anthony Davidson, summarised it extremely well.
I was going to say, I feel like I'm listening to Anthony Davidson on the Skypad right now.
but it's so true. Like he should have. I think he should have definitely passed Max.
He should have waited for mistake, and then waited like 5 laps for mistake. If not a mistake happened, maybe try something out, and then the last 10 laps he try more. And when it's just 5 laps more and he's still behind Max Verstappen, then he can do the desperate overtaking. But before that, he should just waited.
Okay. My grade for Lando Norris is an 8 out of 10. I'm of a similar opinion that
a 10 can
his overtakes were
bad.
Borderline wild, some of them. Like, he sent it. I did enjoy that Max Verstappen in the car at one point said, dive bombs aren't the way to overtake or something. And I was like, sorry? You are the king of dive bombs. Shall we go back to 2021? But no, but focusing more on Lando's race, yes, I think that he obviously felt that there was a time window to this. He had an opportunity and he wanted to take it. And from an entertainment perspective, absolutely amazing. But Lando did make mistakes under braking, trying to overtake Max. But Lando wasn't perfect in that battle either. He was trying different things, and when we're looking at the incident as a whole, like that particular incident that ended both of their chances of winning, that was primarily almost completely Max Verstappen's fault. But as a battle, Lando could have easily avoided that by just getting past. Yeah, disappointing, and I'm now thinking I should have given him a 7, but I'm going to go with an 8 because I still think that in terms of he put himself in that position, he was fighting for the win, and had it not been for the incident that wasn't his fault in my eyes, he still probably would have won that race. And as Anthony Davidson said, that was probably the move that would have got him the victory had they come out of that corner unscathed, because he would have got a great run, but alas, shoulda, woulda, coulda, mum wheels bike. So, yeah, 8 out of 10 from me, and the fans gave him a 9 out of 10. Moving on to Carlos Sainz. Sprint qualified 5th, finished the sprint in 5th. Qualified 4th, finished 3rd. It's an 8 out of 10 for Carlos Sainz from me. A very good weekend, where his teammate was having all kinds of issues, some out of his own control, but Carlos had a solid weekend. He was right in the mix. Was only, 5 seconds or so from inheriting a win. So he was in that mix with the Mercedes, and obviously Piastri as well. So I can't really fault him too much.
I've gone for a 9 out of 10 for Carlos.
9?
I think it was a very good drive.
What?
Maximised the result, I think, all weekend from a Ferrari that...
Don't maximised. He should be second or win the race if he maximised the results. Being third is not maximise the results. He just driving after the people that are actually maximize the results.
Sadly isn't there, but this is what Ferrari can do now, and I think Carlos absolutely,
or what Carlos Sainz can do,
maximize the result. Qualifying 4th, for example, in the main race was a brilliant achievement, and of course, he's inherited through contact, but you've got to be there to do it. So very good drive from Carlos.
Nope.
And
fuck me, one more ad.
Den här enkla och frostiga club sandwichen gjord på färsk levain.
The fans gave Carlos an 8. Charles Leclerc, sprint qualified 10th, finished the sprint in 7th, qualified 6th, finished 11th.
I have gone... it's really difficult.
Yeah, what the fuck should Charles Leclerc get? The most depressing race ever, almost. Maybe a Canadian race was more depressing. Maybe a 5.
Difficult, this one. I've gone for a 5. It's incredibly difficult because he's had so many problems, and so many of them are like for different reasons. You know, it's not like, oh, he's had an absolute shocker of a weekend where he's been terrible. Of course, he made the mistake in qualifying, but then the car issue wasn't his fault that put him down in the sprint. Contact at the start, the reason it is as low as a 5 is because you put yourself in that position when you have a lower qualifying. You're always going to be in that mix. And it was unfortunate. Yeah, it was a weird race of just lots of things going wrong. Sometimes Charles' fault, sometimes bad luck.
I have also gone for a 5 out of 10 for Charles Leclerc, which might surprise people because a lot of people actually took my tweet that I replied to the P1 with Matt and Tommy Twitter account when we were asking for questions of me saying, should Charles Leclerc have gotten driver of the day from P20 to P11 as serious, when obviously that was a joke. But no, it was a weekend to forget for Charles. Just problems galore, qualifying 6th. He's in the pack going into turn 1. It's something that can happen. If he qualifies 3rd, it's probably not happening. Yeah, just not a great weekend. I think he mentioned that the two cars were very differently set up between himself and Sainz. But no excuses. I think Charles had a reasonably mediocre weekend if you take everything into account. So that's why I've gone for a 5. And the fans gave him a 5 as well. George Russell, sprint qualified 4th, started the sprint in 4th, qualified 3rd, finished 1st. Oh, it's so hard because he's won the race, and yet I want to give him a 9. Like, am I being unfair?
Yes.
Oh, my days.
Shall we go first?
No! I'm going to do it! I'm going to do it! It's going to be... It has to be a 10. George won the bloody race. It's a 10. Well done, George. You got a 10. He was there. He did everything he needed to do.
Hamilton should have an 8.
In the mix. Qualified well. It was quite a quiet race up until that point, but he had to beat everyone else around him that have similarly paced cars, the Ferraris and his own teammate. Of course, he had a little bit of damage, and then Piastri coming through as well. I think for him to beat Oscar on track in a car that everyone will say is the fastest car, it's going to be a 10. Well done, George.
Yep, I've also gone for a 10 out of 10 for George Russell.
Thank God.
And I will go as far as saying that I was similar to you at the start, where I thought, oh yeah, George Russell will be a 9 because he's inherited a win. And I actually looked into it, and I would have given him a 10, even if Lando and Max hadn't crashed. Because he has done such a good job all weekend. You look at the results that he's done. Qualified 4th in the sprint, finished 4th in the sprint. Shouldn't really be qualifying that Mercedes 3rd. Brilliant job again. And yeah, just an awesome weekend from George, and I think I've underrated George Russell, and I think a lot of people haven't. He did have a terrible year last year, it has to be said, but he is doing such a good job. I think we need to have the conversation of how good George Russell is doing at the moment.
No,
but I think this year he is kind of reminding everyone why he was that driver that we were all going, oh God, get Bottas out that car and put Russell in. He's the next big thing. He's so good. I think he's doing that again.
Speaking of respect, not getting respect he deserves. The fans gave him a 9 out of 10. Lewis Hamilton, sprint qualified 6th, finished the sprint in 6th, qualified 5th, and finished 4th.
I've gone for a 7 out of 10. It was another race where he kind of came on the radio and stuff afterwards and just said, like, I've been terrible. It's not been my weekend. 4th is not a bad result, but when you think your teammates won the race, made the mistake, very un-Hamilton-like, coming into the pits, even though it was the tiniest little thing, still a mistake, still costly. Everyone knows that you can't do that coming into the pits. You need to be careful.
Tommy, we said Oscar Piastri, and on his qualifying lap, that was a millimetre, and we all were like, oh, poor Oscar.
And he got a penalty.
Yeah, but
and so did Lewis Hamilton. It was weird because he looked rapid at the start again of the race, and he caught right up to George, and it was going, oh, here we go again. Russell, great quali, going back into the pack. Hamilton made up places, but then just faded. Seemed like he had some damage, but it's just not a good weekend, and he himself admitted it. So
I've gone for a 7 out of 10 as well for Lewis. Of course, had that damage, which I haven't seen a replay of when Sainz and himself touched, and then also had a very slow pit stop as well. Either or, still a weekend kind of to forget, to not even be on the podium, sadly, for Hamilton when your teammate's winning the race and the two leaders have come together. Of course, losing a bit of time with that damage, but still, it's just not really worked out this season for Hamilton so far, and I'm praying to see him back at the front because it's where
I'm
he
not.
belongs, and we all want to see him.
No.
7 out of 10 from me.
Who actually want to see him up there? I don't. And I really hope. I mean, it will be really funny if he joins Ferrari. And all the years he's in Ferrari, he never wins a race. And only Charles Leclerc actually win a race. Wouldn't that be some funny stuff?
And the fans gave him a 7 as well. Sergio Perez.
Shit, man, Sergio Perez finished behind a Haas. Maybe a 4.
Qualified 7th, finished the sprint in 8th. Qualified 8th, finished 7th. It's going to be a 3 out of 10 for Sergio Perez this weekend. No lower than that because he had a hole in his car, which I've been told several times. So thank you everybody for getting involved.
Oh shit, we have 100% hopefully white clayfish. Yeah, white clayfish. Nice.
And letting me know that he had a hole in his car. Unlucky, of course, to pick up that damage, but also don't push Piastri off the track and maybe...
I mean, you talked about Lewis Hamilton also had some damage for some reason.
Won't make contact. Of course, it is lap 1, heavy fuel, bit of understeer. So I'm going to give him the slight benefit of the doubt there. But either or, still a weekend to forget. It's not like he was at the front.
And he finished behind the Hulkenberg, so nothing to celebrate.
And then picked up damage and then was rubbish. He wasn't showing any pace at any point really during the weekend. Another weekend, like Hamilton kind of, but in a lot worse, to forget.
Yeah, I've gone for a 3 for Sergio Perez as well. You can say all you like about the the hole in the side pod, but like you say, if he'd have qualified second and finished second in the sprint or won the sprint or maybe P3, he'd gone, oh, Perez actually had loads of pace this weekend. And it's not happened for him in the main race because of damage, but he showed no signs all weekend of that happening. So,
and that's so depressing. Red Bull's home race and Sergio Perez is still... I mean, was qualifying in Q3, so... And he got points. I mean, that's better than DNF or no points.
It's just shockingly bad. Regardless of the damage, you shouldn't be racing a Haas.
You should not. The fans also gave Perez a 3, so we are in unison with that one. I wonder if we'll be in unison for the next one. Max Verstappen.
Yeah, Max Verstappen. What should he get? Maybe 7, 8. I mean, it can't be 10. Or maybe it should be 10. Who knows? Wait, Lando Norris, what did he get? I think they said 8. Let's see. Landon Norris, what did he get? Piastri got 9, but Landon Norris, where do we have him? Landon Norris. Where do we have? 28.
All these.
Oh, fuck off. Then we get some fucking ass. Why? So fucking mean. And also one more. Fuck off. 28.
He put
Lando Norris at 9. Okay, so Max Verstappen can also get a 9. Maybe he will get a 10 for some reason.
Sprint qualified first. Finished the sprint in first. Qualified first. Finished 5th.
10.
I have gone
a 10.
For 7.
7
out of 10 for Max.
So wait, Lando Norris. The fuck, did he really get a 9? 28. 41. 28, 41. 28, 41. 8. Okay, 7. Or 9 was Oscar Piastri. 8, 7. Okay, so 8 he could have got. 28, 41. No, that's... Wait, what?
Of 10 for Max. It's the same as Lando. Won the sprint, maybe arguably shouldn't have won the sprint. I'm still adamant Lando should have won that race. And then in the main race, he's cost himself a chance of victory or even a P2, but he hasn't, because he's defended extremely aggressively. He's kind of put that theory to bed that he's kind of calmed down and wouldn't be like this anymore. I do agree with him to a point when he was kind of saying, I'm here to race hard and win the race. I'm not going to just let someone go by. But for me, it was too extreme. You know, he got the penalty for it, so that's fair enough.
That was
Driving
extreme,
throughout
but
the
not
whole thing
what
was
Norris
quite
did. That's weird.
extreme, and you can argue that maybe in a bizarre way he's come out of it even better, because he's still in every driver's head of you can't pass me or I will crash into you, and it will make him feared the next time Lando tries to do it again. Yeah, I've gone for a 7 because it's downgraded for the fact that he could have won or finished second and he's finished 5th.
Okie dokie. I have gone for a 6 out of 10 for Max Verstappen. I can't give him the same grade as Lando because at the end of the day, he is predominantly to blame for the reason why they were both taken out. It's no lower than a 6 because the actual incident, I don't think there was anything malicious about it. If anything, I think that was the least aggressive defence of the lot, and that was the one that caused both of them a puncture. The ones before, he is a very lucky boy. The first one, in particular, I think the second one was, you know, just Max doing a little bit of a don't lock up. But the first one had Baku vibes written all over it. The way he kind of moved as Lando went. Lando's right up his diffuser. He'll lose loads of braking performance that way, and they're very lucky that there wasn't a massive crash for that particular one. So yeah, it is Max Verstappen. It's the way he drives. Should he be slandered for it? I don't think it's the worst he's ever driven in terms of a defence. It is the way he will always defend. And until the stewards do something about it, he will continue to defend that way. You've got to respect that he's a Schumacher. He's a tenacious racer. It's a 6 out of 10 for Max. The fans
follow the rules.
A 7. Now, how spread was that?
Okay,
Tell me.
I'll go into it. So, 5% of people gave him a 0. 2% a 1, 2% a 2, 5% a 3, 8% a 4, 10% a 5, 17% a 6, 21% a 7, 17% an 8, 7% a 9, and 2% a 10. So it's definitely the graph of results are looking like more close across the board. We very rarely see people with as close to a 0 as they are a 10, basically. And
this is it. It's a contentious incident. No one's ever going to agree on this sort of thing, just like no one agreed in 2021. You're all entitled to your own opinion. I will say that in the main podcast, and I'll hold my hands up, I made it sound like Max said he wasn't at fault. When you actually look at what he sort of said, he didn't accept blame. That's absolutely true. But it was more like, I'll have a look at it and we'll see. But then he also went and said, like, his defences were absolutely fine, and he was basically saying that, how it feels in the car.
When did he get a penalty? After the collision. He didn't get anything before that, so he didn't.
You know, the XF1 drivers are entitled to their own opinion. Hence why it came across like Max felt like.
I don't think he apologised. Like that is Max. That is exactly the response. Like, I could have written it out. Like exactly how he'd respond. It would be like, oh, I'm here to race. We go racing. I'm not going to let him through. I'll look into it. And that's the one thing to cover actually from the podcast side. I'm not normally one to care what people think, but like we can say that a driver made a mistake while still thinking, oh my god, this is the most excitable, amazing Formula One action that we've seen in a long time. It was brilliant to watch. Can't say I agree.
Yeah, you wanted to see it.
With, like, was it...
So thanks Max Verstappen for that.
Fair? but I'm not going to sit here and be like, I wasn't being a party pooper by going, I don't want to see that, because sign me up to that every single weekend, because it was absolute drama.
Okay, who is our P1? Oh, it's between two for me, and I'm going to give it to Nico Hulkenberg. Go on the Nico, because I was more confident in my 10, so I'm going to give Nico the 10 and the P1 because he beat a Red Bull and it was an amazing drive. So that's it. Nico is my P1.
Oh, it's really close, but I think I'm going to go Nico as well. It was such a superb drive. Amazing points for Haas. Well, is that not their best result of the season so far? So
yeah, that's it. Cool. Right, we're done. Driver ratings done and dusted. I'm sure everybody will agree with our opinions, and you'll all be very nice and calm in the comments.
Hopefully
remember,
not.
USA live show tickets are now available.
Nobody
they're selling
cares.
quite quickly, so if you want to come and see us, please do. And also, we're going to be on the main stage at Silverstone, 11 a.m. on Sunday. Please come and...
I will not.
Go, woo! Go, Tommy!
I'll wear my Max Verstappen t-shirt and cape. That'll go down well.
Will you? That will be... Yeah. You know what? You can go on the stage on your own, mate. And that is it. Thank you very much, everybody. See you soon. Lots of love. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, let's go away. And yeah, F1 Nation will be another day. Not today. So let's see. Yeah, let's end it. We go to sleep. See, we need to write that down. 1856. 1856. 1856. Yes. Yeah. Hopefully, Silverstone will bring some good racing, but and maybe Lando Norris win. Hopefully not a crash between Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. But hopefully it will also be talk about Andrew Newey joining what's called joining Williams, and then Carlos Sainz can sign for Williams, and then yeah, what more can happen in Silverstone? Oh, that we can look at. Wait, we start with Formula 3. Thanks to Luke Browning winning the race in Austria. He's ahead in Formula 3. Fornaroli was in and he was leading before the race, and now he's not leading the race, but he's not far off. Beganovic in the 4th place, and hopefully he will either keep the 4th place or even be in the 3rd place. So it will be a fight between the Browning, Fornaroli and Beganovic. Meaning he can go away. Yeah, I know. Probably only that. And then we have Formula 2. What can happen in Formula 2? Hopefully Oliver Berman have a good race. Probably not, but he could have. But yeah, like Bortoletti said after his win, that he feel like the team is after this win, it will just continue being the good the last races. It will be how many more races? 7 more. Just hopefully 7 more races where Bortoletti can win a race. So it will probably continue Bortoletti versus Hadjar versus Polaran in the races that will come. Then we have the fight between Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. Hopefully Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz can have a good weekend with their Ferrari. And hopefully Sergio Perez will have somewhat good. And hopefully Oscar Piastri will be up there, so it will be either Max Verstappen P1 or Lando Norris P1. And in them in P2, and then we have Piastri P3. Maybe Sergio Perez P5 again, or P6. Hopefully Mercedes will be behind both the top 3 teams. Hopefully Williams will get points. Yeah, Alpine or Williams. Hopefully, I hope for more Williams getting points. But I'd rather want Alpine getting points than Haas or Visa Cash Up or B Formula 1 team. So yeah. Yeah, 23 hours and 21 minutes until the first practice will start. So yeah. So until then, until